Good morning, Rob. Good morning, Sherry.
Morning, Rhonda.
Morning, Rhonda.
Have a great meeting. Good morning, Supervisor Semidian.
Good morning, Rhonda. Mic check, all fine?
All fine. Video's looking great as well.
Thank you, ma'am. I will go ahead and put myself on mute and I'll toss my photo up like so, but I am standing by and ready to go at 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Day.
Good morning.
Audio sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Good morning.
Good morning, Eureka and Deborah.
Good morning.
Have a great meeting today.
I'm fine. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Can you hear me now?
I sure can. Welcome back, President Wasserman.
Thank you. Third, what do they say? Third try is the charm.
Yep, there you go.
All right.
You'll be happy to know you have all 5 supervisors, and your clerk today is the wonderful Colin.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Who's our clerk today?
Your clerk is Colin.
Hey, Colin. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Rhonda. All right, let's call this meeting to order, please, Colin, and roll call.
All right, Supervisor Lee,
Good morning, Lee present.
Supervisor Chavez,
Here.
Supervisor Simidian,
Stimidian here. Thank you.
Vice President Ellenberg,
I'm here.
and President Wasserman.
Here as well. Thank you all very much. I'm going to ask Supervisor Chavez to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today and ask that anyone who can stand do so. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Chavez. With that, we're going to turn to item 3, which is the invocation. And today it's also Supervisor Chavez with the invocator.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm honored to introduce our invocator, Pastor Duke Vu from the Most Holy Trinity Parish. Father Duke Vu came to the United States as a refugee in 1981 from Vietnam. He graduated from UC Irvine and had worked as a software engineer for 7 years before he became a Jesuit priest in 1992. After earning an MA in philosophy and a Master's of Divinity, he was ordained in 2002. He served for over 5 years at Most Holy Trinity Parish in San Jose, and then went back to school to pursue a Master's in Fine Arts and Creative Writing. He then returned to Most Holy Trinity Parish in 2012. Father Vu has been the pastor of the parish since 2019. He has an average of over 4,000 parishioners who attend Mass every week at Most Holy Trinity Parish. It holds Masses in 4 different languages: English, Vietnamese, Spanish, and Tagalog. And Father Vu's vision for the parish emphasizes unity and is modeled after its namesake, the Most Holy Trinity. Welcome. We're so glad you're with us.
Welcome.
Let's begin with a moment of silence. God of truth, beauty, and goodness, we ask you to bless the County Board of Supervisors and their staff. Let their minds fix on truth. Let their hearts fill with goodness, and let their words and actions flow out from their inner beauty. Grant them the capacity to mobilize the rich and the poor, the left and the right, the powerful and the powerless, to work hand in hand to serve the common good of the residents of the county. May they and their constituents not be discouraged by difficulties and challenges, but be magnanimous in listening to one another attentively, looking beyond their personal interest honestly, and dreaming up together creatively to form policies that are responsible, equitable, and long-lasting. Amen.
Thank you. That was lovely. Thank you.
Thank you, pastors. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. Take care, Pastor. We now move on to item number 4, announcements and adjournment in memoriam. And Supervisor Lee, we turn to you at this time. You're muted if you're speaking, sir. Supervisor Lee may not be able to get this transmission from his location.
Yes, I'm back now. Sorry about that.
We
Took me
have
a
that
second
already.
to get here first. Yes, thank you.
Sure.
Yes, so thank you very much. Today I want to first says is for the very sad condolence that I want to present for the board today of somebody that I have respected and I've known for about let's say close to half a decade now in our in our District 4 in the area. This is for the adjournment in memory of John Semenik, who's a person who has certainly cared for his neighborhood and his neighbors. I got to know John because of his dedication to the Penitentiary Neighborhood Association. Through his personal efforts and through the PNA, John made sure that the penitentiary residents were heard on matters from public safety to maintenance and parks. Penitentiary's National Night Out event is one of the most organized that I've been part of. National Night Out is certainly a collective effort, including Mike Cross, and how it brought Penitentiary together is an example of how John sought to build community for decades. John was also intelligent and open-minded. He sought to keep San Jose residents informed by creating an aggregator project called San Jose Community Networks. This project used social media and email to share current information to subscribers. There was no cost to join these networks because it was important to him to keep people up to date. John lived a full life, working in tech, giving back to his community, and raising 3 amazing daughters along with his wife, Olivia. His openness and presence will certainly be very much missed. To Olivia, Natalie, Diane, and Jessica, we send to you our deepest condolences, and our hearts all go out to you. And thanks for everything you and your family have done for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee, for that, and our condolences to the family. Excuse me. Now we move on to item number 5, and before I do the proclamation, we have an A and a B, myself and then Supervisor Chavez. I would like to invite anyone who wishes to speak under item 6, which is public comment, the opportunity to speak about anything not on today's agenda, to please go ahead and register electronically so the clerk and I will know how to manage expectations. Thank you very much. And with that, it is my honor to welcome Deborah Portia Usher, our Social Services Agency Interim Director. And I have a proclamation declaring this month as Dementia Awareness Month. There's Deborah. There you go. And full acknowledgement, I am an official dementia friend. Went through that process and proud to be. I'm now going to read the proclamation, Deborah, and then turn things over to you for a few words from you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Whereas the month of September has been designated to promote awareness about brain health and Alzheimer's disease and related dementias as a public health crisis. Whereas every 65 seconds, an individual develops Alzheimer's disease or a related dementia. And these illnesses claim more lives than breast cancer and prostate cancers combined. Whereas the county
Recording in progress.
Oh, there we go. Whereas the county of Santa Clara recognizes these diseases affect more than 50 million people worldwide, including 6 million Americans and an estimated 35,000 residents of Santa Clara County. Whereas there are over 1,400 dementia friends in the county of Santa Clara who recognize that people with dementia are often happier if they live independently in their own homes and cities where more people understand dementia, include and support those living with dementia, and where there is less fear and avoidance of discussions of dementia. Whereas the County of Santa Clara Board of Supervisors supports projects like Age-Friendly Silicon Valley and the Santa Clara County Healthy Brain Initiative, which help people meet the needs of people in our community who are affected by Alzheimer's disease and related dementias through support, education, and advocacy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara does hereby proclaim September 2022 as Dementia Awareness Month. This is passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors, County of Santa Clara, State of California, on the 13th day of September 2022 by unanimous vote. And with that said, Deborah, I turn things over to you, the expert.
Good morning, again, President Wasserman, Vice President Ellenberg, and members, supervisors. On behalf of the Social Service Agency, we just want to express our appreciation and also extend that appreciation on behalf of our senior commission who helps contribute to this, and the 35,000 residents that you mentioned who currently are diagnosed with dementia. We also know that there's a large number of them who are not diagnosed at this point in time, and who caretakers spend a lot of time working with them until they get that diagnosis, and curiosity and anxiety. We also are applauding with you the primary caretakers, and we appreciate our partnership with the public health. Will also help us educate the community around dementia, and also securing additional resources, applying collaboratively for grants so that we can extend that service beyond that. We also want to acknowledge the support we've gotten from Supervisor Semidian around looking further at the needs of the primary caretakers, as well as the remainder of the board. We are so blessed to have a unique board, in essence, who is passionate about this work and the care of its citizens and residents, not just for today, but also looking forward to tomorrow. As we know, this population will grow, and you alluded to that in your comments as well. So on behalf of the Social Service Agency, again, the residents who suffer from this, and the caretakers, as well as the Senior Commission, who you support as well, we want to just say thank you so much for your awareness, for your participation, and your commitment to this effort.
Thank you, Deborah. Well spoken as usual. Now we're going to go on to 5B, and I'm going to give one final reminder. Anyone wishing to speak under public comment, which will be the item after this proclamation, please register electronically at this time. It's your opportunity to speak on anything not on today's agenda. And now I turn things over to Supervisor Chavez for her proclamation.
Thank you very much, President Wasserman. Today, I have the privilege of presenting a proclamation declaring September as Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder Awareness Month in Santa Clara County. Alcohol use during pregnancy can cause fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, which are physical, behavioral, and intellectual disabilities that last a lifetime. FAST affects at least 5% of the general population, including half of the individuals in foster care and a third of those who are incarcerated. FAST is largely unrecognized and misdiagnosed, leading to incorrect and often harmful interventions during an individual's life. Because of this, many will suffer unwarranted blame, face unrealistic expectations and unproductive punishments, and live marginalized and truncated lives with an average lifespan of 34 years old. The good news is that FAST is preventable and treatable with the right support systems, and people with FAST can live healthy and productive lives. In fact, Santa Clara County is the first county in the nation to tackle this problem across multiple systems with its 5-year plan on prevention, diagnosis, and intervention. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Miguel, who I know has moved to another location or to provide service in Southern California, but Miguel really helped knit all of this together throughout the county, and I wanted to acknowledge him. The intensification of this work was really, though, commenced through the Reentry Network in 2018 due to the advocacy of Barbara Hansen and Christine Clifford and other activists in our community who really challenged us to do more than we were doing today. Barbara, it is such an honor to share this commendation with you for all of your amazing work, and I will turn it over to you to say a few words.
On behalf of the collaborative, I want to thank you not only for this proclamation, but also for your proactive stance towards addressing this disorder. Alcohol is often used for celebration, but when consumed during pregnancy, it dances through the baby's brain and wreaks havoc in an uneven way. Santa Clara County leads the nation in its attention to this disorder as a result of all of you, but especially Supervisor Chavez for her exemplary leadership in supporting the disability community. You are part of a trifecta of policymakers. Zoe Lofgren is co-sponsor of HR 4151, the FASD Respect Act. She was encouraged to do so by our own Judge Len Edwards, who's spreading the word internationally about FASD. Senator Dave Cortese is a co-author of SB 1016, which will establish California as only the second state in the nation to put FASD into special education law. This is on its way to the governor's desk as we speak, and we would earnestly ask for a letter of support from each of you. Please look in your inbox. Also, thanks to Assemblyman Robert Rivas, who supported us. This is a special kind of justice issue. It changes our lens from judgment to acceptance, from punishment to clarity. It helps us understand that oftentimes behavior is a result of can't, not won't. Many, many, many things.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Supervisor Chavez. That concludes item 5. We now move on to the aforementioned number 6, which is public comment. And for the third and final time, ask anyone who wishes to register to speak to register electronically at this time so they can speak about anything not on today's agenda. And Colin, what we're going to do, we'll give it another 1 or 2 here. Seconds for anybody else to register on. And we're going to come up just shy. No, we're going to be right there on the cusp. You know what? Let's give the first 14 2 minutes. And if more people come on afterwards, after my 3 invitations, then we'll go down to 1 minute. Colin, go right ahead.
All right, our next speaker is Aaron Wolf Bloom. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Aaron.
And Aaron, are you there? I will. Oh, there we
I'm
go.
here. I'm here. This is Michelle Wolf Bloom. I wasn't able to get off of my son's account, so it says Aaron, but this is Michelle Wolf Bloom. I'm a licensed psychologist. I've been one for over 22 years, and I've worked at Kaiser San Jose my entire career. I live in Almaden Valley, and I'm one of the over 2,000 behavioral health clinicians in Northern California who've been on strike for the past month because our patients cannot get the care that they both need and are entitled to under the law. I'm here to ask you all today, as our local elected leaders, to step in and urge the state government to do its job. Why do I stay out on the picket line and not go back to work? Why do I forego my Kaiser income and not go back to see my patients who clearly need me? I remain on strike because the present substandard mental health care being provided by Kaiser Permanente is at odds with my values and ethics. I cannot in good conscience continue to meet and build rapport with patients only to tell them that their next appointment will be in 4 to 6 weeks. Doing so is heartbreaking. The patients I work with deserve evidence-based, consistent care to treat depression, anxiety, and other serious mental health issues. Having worked at Kaiser for over 20 years, I can remember when I had sufficient time to see patients and could schedule them for return appointments based on the acuity of their symptoms and not based on what my schedule could allow. Therefore, I know that a better, healthier system is attainable. Kaiser has been flagrantly violating the law for years, and the situation has been steadily worsening. Patients are in danger right now, so we cannot afford to wait for the slow bureaucratic process to run its course. We are asking this body to call on the governor to take immediate action to make Kaiser hire sufficient numbers of clinicians and provide us with the conditions we need to take care of our patients. It is just a matter of time before another patient gets hurt or worse, ends his or her life. The federal and state governments have invested millions of dollars into mental health care. It's time for private insurance like Kaiser to pull their weight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Delilah Pulido. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Supervisor Lee, you mentioned you and your family got COVID over the summer. How many other supervisors and their vaccinated coworkers have gotten COVID and still have a job? Yet you put these workers out on unpaid leave because they are unvaccinated and might get COVID? There is no justification for this, just double standards. This morning I saw on NBC News that Santa Clara County rescinds COVID vaccine mandate for workers in high-risk settings. With this, the workers on unpaid leave should be able to return to their careers. But since I have zero trust in Smith, Cody, and whoever else is involved in this, I would like to hear from the board. What does this mean for the workers on unpaid leave? Don't keep them in limbo. When are they returning to their careers? If Smith and whoever else is involved in this continues to keep these workers out, especially after the mandates are lifted, then it will be crystal clear that the county is hell-bent on continuing to discriminate and violate these workers' rights. Don't keep these workers on this emotional roller coaster. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sharon Luna. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, President Wasserman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Sharon Luna, and I am a member of the San Martin Neighborhood Association. Our organization has tried to deal with issues in our area and with issues that could have a negative impact. It is in some cases following the dollars. These are not state, county, or city dollars. These are taxpayer dollars. Last week, the board voted to not move forward to building a new jail 14 years later. So those who are incarcerated will be subject to inhumane conditions. You will then have supervisors with nonprofits crying in a couple of years of these inhumane conditions, and the cost to the taxpayers to build a new jail will have quadrupled from 14 years ago. Taxpayer dollars need to be accounted for, and contracts that are signed for specific services need to be accounted for or paid back. All dollars that the county approves, whether it is $1 or $10 million, needs to, but to any nonprofit, needs to be accountable for and spent as the county supervisors on behalf of the taxpayers approved, and if not, paid back. Fiscal responsibility of the taxpayer dollars is your responsibility, and it is important that we are watchful of how we spend. To pay a multi-million-dollar nonprofit an additional $3 million is taking away from services such as a school nurse, a fireman, or a police officer. Homes that are purchased with taxpayer dollars should be accounted and be the taxpayer's home. Again, time for fiscal responsibility to all taxpayers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Wellen. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Whalen. I am a licensed clinical social worker at the Pain Medicine Clinic at Kaiser San Jose since December of 2020. I'm one of over 2,000 clinicians on strike because our patients can't get the care they need and are entitled to under the law. And I'm here today to ask local elected leaders to step in and urge state government to enforce the law. And I'm striking for two reasons. Here at the pain clinic, one of my roles is to help patients find resources. And it's well documented that people with mental health issues, especially history of trauma and PTSD, are more at risk of chronic pain conditions, and they actually get better when they address both at the same time. I have worked with patient after patient who try to access care in Department of Psychiatry and are unable to get the care they need or have impossible waits. I have also helped people try to access care from outside providers that they were given by Kaiser, only to find that they leave messages and never get a call back. And some have still not gotten the help they need to this day. And the second reason I'm striking is more personal. I have a close family member who was struggling last year with depression, anxiety, and suicidal thinking, unsafe self-harming behavior. And their therapist, as lovely as she is, could only see them every 3 to 4 weeks, which was inadequate. And we ended up using our own resources to pay for outside care so they could have weekly therapy. And this happens to many, many, many patients. Kaiser has been violating state law for years, and I strongly encourage you to do what you can to get the governor to intervene and enforce state laws and get Kaiser to fix its broken system. And I really thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marco Torral. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
On March 11, 2022, Circuit Court Judge Freeman told Santa Clara County Council, "This is not the hill you want to die on," and urged them to settle with San Jose Calvary Chapel. June 30th, 2022, Judge Freeman once again rebuked Santa Clara County's trend of acting discriminatory towards people of faith in relation to COVID-19. Since then, County Council has requested a judge to mediate a settlement with Unified SEC. On August 15, an injunction and court order for contempt and sanctions against San Jose Calvary Chapel and Pastor McClure were reversed by the 6th Court of Appeal. On August 18, Dr. Cody was deposed by San Jose Calvary Chapel attorneys, and let's just say she only made a stronger case for the church. Thank you, Dr. Cody. Board of Supervisors, the writing's on the wall, and pride comes before the fall. It is in the best interest of Santa Clara County Supervisors to distance themselves from Dr. Cody, Dr. Smith, and County Council, and demand the resignation or the firing of Dr. Cody and Dr. Smith, County Council James Williams, for the gross mismanagement and discriminatory acts against Santa Clara County employees with religious and medical exemptions who were placed on unpaid administrative leave. They violated their constitutional rights and most likely going to be costing Santa Clara County taxpayers millions of dollars in restitution once the 2 major lawsuits against Santa Clara County are settled. Supervisors, this will be on your hands politically for being passive these last 10 months. It should have never come to this. I do want to thank Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Chavez for advocating for the Santa Clara County employees on administrative leave. And also I want to thank Supervisor Lee for his transparency on contracting COVID this past July after being double vaccinated, double boosted, and stating that these vaccines do not stop the virus, the spread of the virus. I thank you very much.
Our next speaker is AH. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, this is Andrew Hardy. I'm an emergency nurse at Valley Medical Center. Once again, thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg, Chavez, and Lee for your advocacy to get us back to work. There were 2 different counties that announced updated health policies yesterday. Alameda County announced and was very, very short, to the point, and clear that their health orders were rescinded and that they will be aligning with the state. And all of the language in this was very clear. And then you read Santa Clara's from Dr. Cody yesterday, and it is ambiguous. It's, just sends people into questioning, what is she saying? Can people go back to work? Is it rescinded? Is it not? So many of these conversations, and I know it's hot right now, is mental health, okay? And to be and create this kind of document with this kind of language and this kind of ambiguity is so disrespectful and so feeding the fire of these conversations of healthcare workers and mental health and getting people back to work. So we really need you guys to continue to advocate, and please get this language cleaned up in these health policies. Clear communications to the workers. Are people going back to work or not? Are they rescinded or not? I feel like this is a total untrustworthy communication to get the community to think that, Santa Clara County has rescinded all health mandates, yet we're being told by our labor unions that we're not necessarily going back to work. Please continue to advocate, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Colin. And before we go on to our next one, that was our 6th speaker. We have 10 more in the queue. That's 16. After that, Colin, will drop down to 1 minute each, should we have any more people register.
All righty. Our next speaker is Ian. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I've been asked to speak on behalf of the protective services officers, mostly at Valley Medical, but throughout the county once again. As you may be aware, the county has ceased to negotiate with us about this proposed takeover and plan to present something to you at the end of the month. The PSOs remain steadfastly against this current proposal. They believe that the county and the SO have not been transparent. They have not answered any of our questions. We still don't know what will happen the day this thing comes in, or where we'll be working, who will be our bosses. They've deliberately not told us the facts for some reason. We've asked so many questions and got so few answers. We heard that the last meeting that Jeff Smith and Paul Lorenz said that the new PSOs will have more powers. This is clearly untrue. If anything, the PSOs over the last 10 years have lost a lot of what power they used to have. And I can't see for any reason why they get that back. So why they would say these things is a mystery to us. We ask that you read the letter that we sent, the union sent to you by email this morning. It covers most of the things that concern us. And that at some stage that you meet with us and talk this over so that you'll get all the facts and not just what you're being fed from the county officials. Thank you very much for your time. Good morning.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Megan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak, and the timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello. Sarah Cody has rescinded the COVID vaccine mandate health orders and states that the vaccine requirement is not needed in higher risk settings, but then goes on to state that businesses and governmental entities are encouraged to continue to set forth more stringent standards for those in higher risk settings. So basically, the statement not only contradicts itself, but it is the loophole that will continue to keep me and our others out of work. When does this game stop? When will Santa Clara County stop messing with my livelihood, allow me to go back to work, and stop messing with my mental health? It's been almost 11 months and I have been out on unpaid leave after 13 years with the county. Please stop letting Jeff Smith discriminate against those of us with religious exemptions. Allow us to return to work. Life has moved on, but these draconian measures are still segregating us. I just want to be able to provide for my family. I just want to be able to do the job that I went to school for and love doing. That is all I'm asking. Please, these health orders need to allow us to go back to work now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alan Kamara. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak, and the timer will start when you begin speaking.
Go ahead, Alan.
Good morning, Board of Supervisor. This is Alan Kamara. I am a nurse at Valley Medical ER, and I'm also currently the president of RMPA, the Nurses Union. Yesterday, when the news came up that we have a new health order, all the union leaders jumped on the phone. We were calling each other, wondering what does this mean for us? We gave call to the county leaders. I spoke to the labor relation director. No one could explain to me what does this mean for our nurses. To Andrew's point, the ambiguity of this order, I would just like to know from all the Board of Supervisors, do you even understand what does this mean? Because clearly we don't. We reached out to the county yesterday, not a single person can tell us what does this mean. Now that the public health officer has made the decision to change the health order, now it is incumbent on the county to change its policy. How will the supervisors help us? We want to thank Supervisors Ellenberg, Supervisor Cindy, Supervisor Odole, and we're encouraging Supervisor Wasserman and Supervisor Semidian to please join and encourage the county to change its policy and have our nurses back. Last week, when we lost power at Valley Medical K building, all our nurses, doctors, physicians, administration techs jumped to work to save patients, moving patients around, even though we are understaffed. It is time now we say, let's move forward. RMP has never questioned the efficacy of the vaccine, but the undue burden is what we question on understaffing. So we encourage you to support and have our nurses back. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Connie Romo Ludwig. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Morning, President Wasserman and Board of Supervisors. This is Connie Ludwig. I am a resident of San Martin and vice president of San Martin Neighborhood Association. Last week, an article in the Morgan Hill Times referenced a September 5th emergency incident in San Martin where hazardous materials were found at a residence of 4th Street near Rucker Avenue. The community found this confusing as I received questions about this community alert notifying of a controlled detonation that was sent to Gilroy residents about San Martin. This brings to mind another reason why SMNA has requested to SAMPAC that they work together with the Board of Supervisors to establish definitive San Martin boundaries and to have a voice for all matters concerning San Martin. I ask that when this issue comes before the board, that you give the utmost consideration to the requests of SAMPAC to enable them to best serve and represent all San Martin residents in our unincorporated community, and to enable them to make recommendations and advise about all development in San Martin boundaries, the airport, fire services, etc. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Blair Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Happy September to everyone. I have a new point to make in the coming months and to ask, why can't the closed session items on your Board of Supervisor public agenda meetings offer a bit more information within its public meeting agenda? A more open, participatory local democracy, good public oversight, and less secrecy are simply important concepts for this country in the 21st century. I will be working to better understand the public agenda language for closed session items and ask questions about it. And to give my public comment time now for item 18, as I have to be someplace soon. Thank you that you are offering a surveillance impact report to explain the policies for the inmate tracking system. I hope the County of Santa Clara will want to develop a yearly impact report for items like surveillance cameras inside county jails themselves. I don't think this is too much of a stretch to ask for and should not hold national security secrets, as everyday people should already be mostly familiar with its national security secrets, is another way to say it. I hope we can address this camera issues inside the jails. And the 46 seconds to speak to the current state of Ukraine and 21st century of 9/11/01. Before the upcoming Ukraine winter, I hope all sides can begin a final peace negotiation process and to end their war. I feel opinions can be just as strong at the peace negotiation table as on the battlefields of local Ukrainian communities.
Thank you.
I feel it simply has to be acknowledged of what may be a future of East and West Ukraine, and that we all have to openly consider how to build important bridges for this future. We're doing incredibly good practices here at the local level. Let's hope this helps the era of 9/11 and introduce good practices.
Our next speaker is Kendall Norwood. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak, and the timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My name is Kendall Norwood, and I am a freshman at Mountain View High School. I just wanted to start off by thanking the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors for giving me this opportunity to share my perspective as a high school student and speak on behalf of the Yes on Prop 31 campaign, hopefully securing your endorsement of this cause. A yes vote on Proposition 31 will uphold the ban of flavored tobacco and nicotine products in California, as was intended by SB 793 in 2022, but then challenged by Big Tobacco, who gathered over 1 million signatures in order to delay the implementation of this bill. A few weeks ago, when I approached Supervisor Sidmidian to ask for his endorsement in favor of Proposition 31, he kindly made me aware that this proposition would be discussed today. And I wanted to emphasize how important this is for the health in the youth of Santa Clara County. Teens' access to flavored tobacco and nicotine products is a major health and societal concern, and we have been given this unique opportunity to take action in stopping this epidemic, especially among youth citizens. Although putting SB 793 into effect won't completely solve the issue of teen smoking and vaping, it will certainly be a crucial step in the right direction by minimizing the attraction of these products to the youth population and preventing us from having a generation of nicotine and tobacco addicts. The time to act is now. So I'm asking for your support with Yes on Prop 31 and if you would be so kind as to sign on to their coalition list in order to protect California's youth. I would be extremely proud to have my county on the right side of this issue. I have emailed the link and information for how to add your name to the coalition list to your staff so that it is available if needed. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Kendall. Well said.
Next speaker is Tony. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, yes, good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I want to thank the whole board for giving me this opportunity, and I appreciate your work that you do. On this, I'm a PSO, I'm a Protective Service Officer, and I had a few, we sent out an email that I hope you will take the time to read, and we would appreciate it if you do. If you have any questions, you could always reach out to us. Dr. Jeff Smith reported that this classification will have more authority than the current PSOs, but the current PSOs have been doing this job for over 40+ years. We have a lot of officers that have 30+ years of experience and who are looking forward to helping the county with security, yet they don't see as to why we have to go through all the retest that needs to be just to allocate this new position. Also, one of the questions that we do have, which was brought up and to the county, and we have never had a response to it, is the allocation of the $5.5 million for the budget. We understand they have 14 open positions, which keep us understaffed, and we want to know what they're going to do with the $5.5 million. Is it going to be piecemealed? Are they going to take the whole budget? And what's going to happen to the PSOs that are left behind? Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christina. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Christina. I'm calling. I'm an ER nurse at Valley Medical Center. I know you guys are probably like, wow, another ER nurse calling from VMC, right? Something you guys haven't heard. We're short, we're burnt out, our morale is down. But, you know, just like the military, we are camaraderie here in the ER. We are a VMC family, and we are really missing our family of nurses who are out. They have 15, 20 years of experience. They are competent nurses, leaders. They are charge nurses. They are trauma nurses. They're relief nurses. They stepped up when we were going through the pandemic, and right now we're missing them. We're short-staffed, and because they're gone, our morale is gone. And we're gonna keep fighting for them. We're vaccinated nurses fighting for our unvaccinated nurses to come back to our ER, our home, so that we can provide competent care for the community. You can bring in travelers, but they don't have the same competency as these 15, 20-year nurses that have these experience. Please just align with the state. The new health order is very vague. It's stressing so many people out. And we just need those questions answered. We need some clarity. We need to have those nurses come back. So I just want you to understand that these are nurses that have 15, 20 years experience, leaders in our community, and we need to have them back. We need to have our morale back. We need to have our staff back. Thank you.
Thank you. And Colin, that was our 14th speaker. I see we still have 3 speakers left. Let's give each of them 2 minutes, and we'll finish off with these last 3.
All righty. Karina Navarro, you're our next speaker. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Karina. I've been an ER nurse here at Valley Medical Center since 2003. And again, I am calling in support of our unvaccinated nurses, but also I'm calling in support of our community and our patients. I am sick and tired of working with staff that I do not consider competent. I am tired of coming to work and looking at the assignment board and checking to see who I can ask for help if I have a critical patient. I'm tired of coming to work in these conditions. It is absolutely unacceptable that the community and the staff is being put in this situation, in this duress, where we feel like we are coming to work and we are alone. Who's going to help me take care of my patient? Who's going to help me, if something's happening? No one wants to be in that situation. I don't want to see my patients die because there's someone that's working next to me that is not helping me. Someone that, it's complete chaos in the department. It's not safe. We call and we call and we call. I feel like we're begging onto deaf ears. No one understands what's happening. I beg you to come and spend a day beside one of us and see what we do. We come in, we work for 12 hours, we work overtime. Yes, we signed up to be nurses. Yes, we love our patients, we love our community, but this is unacceptable. The nurses that are out have the highest experience and competence. There are charge nurses, there are trauma nurses, there are smartest nurses. They're the nurses that we all look up to question, what about this, what about that? We want our patients to have the best outcome. We're nurses because we love taking care of people. We want our patients to do well. I can give you a list of Sentinel events that I have witnessed, patients that were not cared for correctly and had bad outcomes because they were being taken care of a nurse that did not have the competence. Yes, you can fill a position, you can hire a traveler. Does that traveler have the experience that these nurses that are not with us have? Absolutely not.
Our next speaker is Bill Kozich. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello. I'm also an employee that used to work at Valley Medical. I've been on leave for a long time now, and I still talk to a lot of employees there. Same thing, understaffed, people being asked to work overtime. It's just every other county that rescinded seems to move on. I don't know why people just can't admit that they're wrong, put everyone back to work. It's destroying so many things. There's people with thousands of hours of experience on the wayside. I got 20 years, my wife 20 years. I know other doctors, nurses. It's not just nurses. It's therapists, it's nursing assistants. It's up and down the line. It's cruel. I just wish people would just stand up and I think I'm losing contact.
You're there, Bill.
Bill?
Bill is gone.
Bill is gone. Okay. One moment here. Our next speaker is Lydia. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yeah, a little bit about Bill's backstory. I worked with him at Valley Medical, and we've been put on leave since November 1st, and it's discriminatory. Both him and his wife has struggled through this pandemic, and all of us have, and all of us have been discriminated against, and it's unacceptable. And the root of the problem is a seared conscience, and we're just going to have a little Bible lesson. How about that? Now the Spirit's expressly in the latter times, some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirit and doctrines of devils, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron. Hate to say it, but Jeff Smith has spoken so many lies. Definitely has a seared conscience. I don't know if the board does, but I'm asking you, please do a self-check evaluation and fight for us, because it is within your power to do so. Additionally, I'm reading here in 2 Timothy chapter 2, know this also, that in the last days perilous times shall come. Men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, continent, fierce, despisers of better, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. Don't worry, though, God will not be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. And I'm asking you to sow seeds in his kingdom and fight for us, because we are God-fearing people, and we are not, you don't want to persecute God's church, because he justice. It may not be right away, but it will happen. And it's going to cost the taxpayers a lot of money. So I'm asking you, please wake up. Don't have a seared conscience. Have a blessed day. Do what's right. It's a simple right versus wrong. There's no candy coating this. We've never been, unpaid leave has never been an accommodation.
And President Wasserman, that was our 17th speaker and the last speaker at the time you made the announcement for the timer. Did you want to continue?
No, let's go to 1 minute timers now. I
All right.
gave ample warning 3 times, and this is just growing too big.
All righty. The next speaker is Betsy Valiute. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Hope you can hear me. I'm driving right now.
Yes, we can.
I am on unpaid leave. I am a nurse. I've worked at O'Connor Hospital for over 35 years. I submitted a religious exemption for the booster vaccine for reasons that God showed me that I should do. I can discuss that with anybody anytime. But the point is that it's a religious exemption. And I ask you to respect those of all of us. As a nurse, as a charge nurse, as an experienced nurse, I never would disrespect anybody's religious exemption or anybody's religious preference. In fact, I would be disciplined if I did that with my patients. And I'm asking you to respect us in regards to our personally held religious beliefs. We asked you that you return us to our jobs. I've been out of work since February, and I would like to go back to work based on these new health orders.
Our next speaker is Dee Flippin. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi there. Thanks for eking us in here. I know it takes time, but please don't get tired of hearing us. We're still getting through our days with tears and all of that business. The new public health order that came out creates confusion. It shows that the mandates have been lifted, but then gives permission for businesses and governing entities or government entities to continue the mandate. So they're supposed to continue a mandate that is no longer mandated. And I'm wondering if we could get clarity on that. It doesn't make sense at all where one business next door to another business can create a quote mandate and the other one can't. You can see how this is confusing. It's Dementia Awareness Month. I am one of those dementia care experts, and I love that population. More have been hurt by my having been out of work than in. So thanks again for the time here.
Our next speaker is Aaron. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. So I'm a probation officer, and a couple Board of Supervisor meetings ago, Dr. Smith stated only high-risk employees were out on unpaid leave. Well, that's not true. Myself, another coworker, and one other person that I'm aware of are out on unpaid leave, and we're all intermediate risk, and it's for various reasons. So I hear a lot of nurses on here, and I understand the impact it has had on the hospitals, but you guys also got to understand the impact you've had on other people, even the people that chose to follow the exemptions. They've been treated, we've all been treated as if we're a walking disease for not being vaccinated. We've all been subject to different policies that actually discriminate against us because the vaccinated weren't required to do the same thing. We want clarity. People just want to go back to work. So just be clear. You've heard a lot of people, not just the high-risk people, not just the nurses.
Thank you.
That concludes our request to speak.
Thank you, Colin. And I'm going to ask our County Counsel, James Williams, to address the return to work issue that's been raised a few times here in the public speakers. James?
Sure. Thank you, President Wasserman. As the board knows, but just for the public's benefit, regarding kind of difference between public health orders and county policies. Yesterday, the county health officer made changes to the public health orders. Those orders, which carry the force of law, apply to all entities, businesses, governmental entities, and others in the geographic area of Santa Clara County. In addition, the county as an organization has certain workplace policies. The county's vaccination policy is a separate policy from something issued by Dr. Cody. That policy, as the chief operating officer will explain a little bit later in the county executive's report, is being re-examined in light of the changes in the county health orders, specifically to address the issue of whether employees who are in high-risk settings can return to work. So that piece of the policy is expected to be changed soon. We have a different process we have to go through for county policies, including requirements to notice unions. So those changes are underway, and the noticing will occur soon. And so folks should expect updates related to that very soon. But it is a different document. It's a different policy than the health order. And I think that was maybe the source of some confusion from some of the speakers.
Well explained. Thank you very much, James. All right, we now move on to item number 7, approval of the consent calendar as posted. Any changes?
President Wasserman?
Yes, Supervisor Chavez.
I want to say, I think that that's part of the source of confusion. I think the bigger concern that people were raising with us is, why didn't we just do it at the same time? And that's a fair question. And if that's going to be discussed under Greta's report, great. If not, then when we convene at 1 o'clock, I think that should be something we discuss. Thank you.
Thank you. It will come under Greta's report. Thank you. All right, item 7 now is the consent calendar. Colin, would you please read what has been publicly disclosed?
All righty. We have a request from Supervisor Chavez to add item number 11 to the consent calendar. Item number 11 is to approve a referral to administration to move the Youth Task Force liaison duties from the County Supervisor, Supervisor Ellenberg, to the Office of Children and Families Policy. We have a request from President Wasserman to add item number 12 to the consent calendar. Item number 12 is to approve referral to County Council and Administration to report to the board on October 4th, 2022 with options for consideration to provide funding in the Office of the County Council budget for strategic media relations services. We have a request from President Wasserman and Vice President Ellenberg to consider item number 17 and 18 concurrently. Item number 17 is to receive report from the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring relating to the inmate tracking system. And item number 18 is to consider recommendations relating to the inmate tracking system. We have a correction to item number 19. The request for appropriation and modification should reflect a requirement for a 4/5 vote. Item number 19 is to consider recommendations relating to Narcan and fentanyl prevention funding. We have a request from administration to hold item number 20 to September 27, 2022. Item number 20 is to receive special study of county debt from the Board of Supervisors Management Audit Division. We have a request from administration to hold item numbers 21 and 22 to November 1st, 2022. Item number 21 is to receive report from the County of Santa Clara Health System relating to insurance products and their alignment with Senate Bill 221. Item number 22 is to receive report relating to options for the creation of a pilot program to ensure outpatient mental health treatment for middle-income county residents. We have a request from Supervisor Lee to hold item number 54A to date uncertain. Item number 54 is to receive announcement of appointments and reappointments by individual board members to various boards and commissions. And item 54A is Supervisor Lee's appointment of Margaret Belska to the Planning Commission, seat number 5. We have a request from Supervisor Chavez to remove item number 68 from the consent calendar. Item number 68 is the request for appropriation modification number 5, $1,329,644,144, reappropriating funds within the Facilities and Fleet Department budget relating to capital improvement fund projects, reappropriating funds within the FAF budget from various bond funds relating to capital improvement fund for board approved bond projects, and reappropriating funds within FAF budget relating to transferring out funds related to a board approved bond project. That concludes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Nobody can do that better. All right, I'm going to, don't see anybody at the moment looking to speak about any items on the consent calendar. I turn now to Supervisor Chavez for any comments, additions, subtractions.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, President Wasserman. I wanted to go back to item 12. this is to report back on strategic media relations services. And I want to thank Supervisor Simidian for raising that. When it comes back, what I would also just be interested in is when the staff comes back is what other areas might be necessary for enhanced communication. And I think the discussion we just had earlier about COVID is an example of one of those areas that may make sense for us to take a look at enhanced communication. So if staff could include that, I would appreciate it. And appreciate Supervisor Simidian bringing that forward. On item 20, this is an item to receive the study, to look at our county debt policy. The staff is moving it to the 27th meeting, but since the board all won't be here, I'd like to ask for that to go to the October 4th meeting. I think it's important that that be heard with the capital programming discussion. Item 26, I wanted to say to the staff how very much I appreciate the grant application. I hope we're selected. This would be a great opportunity to receive as much as $10,000 to address the gaps in placement and services for our foster youth that have the highest need. If there are any ways that the board can help with the grant, I hope that the staff will reach out to all of us or individuals. Thank you for that. And then item 41, on the support position on behalf of the board relative to Proposition 31 that will prohibit the sale of most flavored tobacco products and tobacco flavor enhancers. I just want to thank Martha and Danielle and the CEO's office for placing this on our agenda. A yes vote on this proposition will approve and allow the legislature passed actually in 2020 to take effect. And I think it's very important. And I know for all of you, it's a little bit of preaching to the choir, but I do want to make sure that we're supporting this in the same way we supported SB 793, the original legislation. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. And still, you wish 68 to be pulled off and heard afterwards, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you very much, President Wasserman. For item 11, moving the YTF to the Office of Children's Policy, it's fine with me to have that on consent. I just want the opportunity to thank County Council, the Chief Children's Officer, and the Clerk of their board for their input through this process. After conversations with staff, I'm feeling very confident that the Office of Children and Families Policy is well suited to provide liaison duties for the Youth Task Force and help us continue to build connections across the county organization. In addition to the proposed recommended language, I'd like the Office of Children's Policy to provide an update on the progress of the transition at the December Children, Family, and Seniors Committee meeting. Second, I support Supervisor Chavez's direction to hold item 20, the debt conversation, until October, when the capital priority setting conversation will be heard. With regard to item 39, which is Chairperson Supervisor Lee's report of activities for FGOC, I'm happy to leave the item on consent, but just want to make a couple of comments. First, I'm very interested in the auditor's report on COVID spending accountability, which has not yet been heard at FGOC. I'm also interested in agendizing a board discussion around the emergency spending authority granted at the outset of the COVID pandemic to the CEO that continues to this day. I'd like to request that the Harvey Rose report come back to the full board before FGOC and that we discuss both of these topics in October. I also see that the Harvey Rose debt study was held today. The board needs to have the conversation about debt affordability prior to the capital planning prioritization session, because there are elements of the audit that I would like to see incorporated into the planning. That's it for those items. On item 40, the contract with VMC Foundation to administer the CBO grant program. I support the allocation of funds and would like to direct two items for a report back. The first is that the VMC Foundation provide a report to FGOC in 6 months on the implementation of this grant program. And the second, that administration provides an off-agenda report that lists the expenditures to date from the federal coronavirus, state, and local fiscal recovery funds under ARPA by county administration, including dates of board approval of these expenditures and the current ARPA fund balance. I think that providing this report alongside the proposed ARPA spending plan in November will be very helpful. In November 2021, so that we can bring that report back and make a comparison now. Item 46 is the monthly referral status matrix. Items 3 through 6 on the attachment relate to referrals made by Supervisor Chavez, Supervisor Lee, and myself regarding behavioral health services. The report marks these items as complete with the August 30th report to the board. And while there was a lot of very useful information in that report, and thank you so much to staff, the specific items in referrals 3 through 6 were not addressed. So I'd like to direct that these be marked as incomplete, and administration's next report in October note when this information will be provided. And just as a rule, the referring board office should be consulted to assure that the item was resolved prior to being marked as complete in this recurring report. I want to let the board and staff know that Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, begins the evening of September 25th and is observed on the 26th and 27th. I will be observing the holiday and therefore will not be present for or participate in the September 27th Board of Supervisors meeting. And I would like to ask COB in the future to not schedule Board of Supervisor meetings on the Jewish high holidays. My office is happy to work with you on identifying those dates out for the next several years. Last comment, again, back to 46 for upcoming items referred by the board and referenced in item 46. I'd like to hold the capital prioritization session as well as any presentation on the small business grants, at least to the first meeting in October. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no public speakers, no other supervisors. Vice President Ellenberg, would you like to make all that you just said and include what Supervisor Chavez said into a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. Would you like to second all that you said and all that she said?
Second.
Thank you. And with that, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Lee, aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. With that, we're going to move on to item 8, which had a time certain no sooner than 10. It's 10:37. So we'll keep it moving along. This is a public hearing to consider recommendations relating to fiscal year 2021-22 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report for the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership Program. With that said, I'm going to open the public hearing and look for any public testimony on this item. Colin, we'll give it another few seconds here. I don't see any. Do you agree?
There are no requests to speak.
All right. With that, I will close the public hearing. And then we need a motion to approve, as stated on package page 27 in our agenda, item 1, to approve the draft fiscal year 2021-22 CAPER for the CDBG and home programs, and 2, to authorize the Office of Supportive Housing to incorporate public comments and submit the final CAPER to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development by September 30th, 2022. And I'm happy to make that motion.
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. And again, for the record, we have no members of the public looking to speak on this item. Call and roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee.
Lee, aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. Next would be number 9, but it's a time certain to be heard no sooner than 1 p.m. My expectations are that except for that item, we will be done before lunch, and then we'll return after lunch to deal with that item number 9. So anyone wishing to speak on that item, you will be looked for at 1 o'clock today, item number 9. With that, we now move on to item number 10, which has 3 referrals in it, brought forth by Supervisors Chavez and Lee. Which of you wishes to speak first?
I'll go ahead and get us started. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez.
Colleagues, I know that you all know we're living in very challenging times relative to droughts that are lasting longer. They're more often, and we just experienced incredible rising temperatures. And the scientific consensus is that climate change is actually accelerating. And multiple new fires are expanding right now in California and Oregon. So I'm asking that we take some steps to address this by giving Central Fire the tools necessary primarily to do both preventative work and the technology to support that ongoing work. So today's item is a request from Supervisor Otto Lee and myself to look at aerial technologies, staff training for fire prevention equipment, and additional seasonal staff to support doing the preventative work, such as creating fire breaks. Obviously, there are multiple ways that drones can help Central Fire's efforts. They will enable us to quickly identify the location and source of area fires. Thermal imaging will help our fire professionals identify weak areas in buildings. Safety officers will have overhead views for accountability and resource management. This could allow us to identify safety hazards such as downed power lines, pools, propane tanks, pets, and livestock. And they could identify the location of victims both on the ground and in buildings that are higher than most aerial ladders. They could transport radios, food, and other small essential items, supplies to victims, and they could help teams enter hazard zones with a plan and tools to mitigate those hazards. This could help calculate the acreage impacted by fires, and they could help agencies work together to make coordinated tactical and logistical decisions. This referral that Supervisor Lee and I put forward requests the administration work with with Chief Kurgau to quickly identify the funding necessary to develop and implement a drone program. And the two other requests are being brought forward today to secure commitment to find the funding next year to ensure that firefighters have the necessary training for emergency dozer equipment, and to fund 8 additional seasonal fuel crew members who are necessary to create the preventative fuel breaks that we will need to be prepared for future fires. Thank you. I don't know if Supervisor Lee would like to add anything.
I will turn to Supervisor Lee right now. I don't.
Thank you.
There he is.
Thank you. Can you hear
Go
me?
ahead. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, thank you. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor Chavez for putting this request forward and allowing me to co-sign this really amazing and important and timely referral. I'm happy to see that these requests will help to better utilize existing skills and equipment that we have not been able to use in the past. Under the existing CAL FIRE Equipment Loan Program, which will help us prepare the Eastern Range, where we just had the SCU Lightning Complex Fire, which is currently the 4th largest wildfire within the state of California. The purchase of these type of technology will allow our firefighters to use existing skills to see fires from above without having to rely on manned aircraft flying into an already dangerous airspace, risking the lives and the lives of many others. These requests are coming to us as we are facing another unprecedented fire season. Just see the record-breaking temperature we have seen across the country in the state over the past week. That I, and hopefully my colleagues as well, urge administration and finding a way to improve in the upcoming proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no public speakers on this item. Before I make my comments, any other supervisor wish to speak? Seeing none, I will make my comments. At the prior meeting, brought forth the referral for funding for South County. My position is pro public safety. My position is all of these things are wonderful. Let's do all we can to help make sure that we have the best fire protection capabilities, equipment, individuals, drones, whatever, to protect all the 2 million residents of Santa Clara County. And I know there's going to be issues on what dollars come from this fiscal year. I know the district itself has funds, thankfully. That's great to see the funding available in the district itself. And I know the ongoing discussion will be done by other supervisors in the future. But I just want to go on the record saying, whatever we can do, be it drones, be it equipment, be it individuals, this is one of the single most important things I believe the county of Santa Clara does. We are public safety. Public safety is law enforcement, it's fire, and it's our hospital medical system. And if drones can give us more advance notice or sooner advance notice of fires threatening the people of Santa Clara County, you know, be it up at Lick Observatory, be it in Gilroy, be it in Santa Cruz Mountains, wherever it might be, I'm in favor of finding a way to collaborate to make that happen. Supervisor Chavez, do you wish to say anything else?
Just so moved.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Chavez. Supervisor Lee, if you can hear me, I assume you're the second. I wanted to
happy second. Sorry.
Thank you. I wanted to give you that opportunity for your referral. Call and roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee.
Lee, aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Stamidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. All right. That was number 10. 11 was handled in consent, 12 under consent. We now turn to report from County Executive, and I believe we have our COO, Greta Hansen, presenting today.
Good morning, Supervisor Wasserman and members of the board. As you know, our County Executive, Jeff Smith, is out, and so I will be handling the County Executive report today, and happy to be with all of you. To just follow up briefly on what County Counsel James Williams already briefly discussed, and this is relevant to our COVID-19 workforce and vaccination policies. We do anticipate changes to those policies, which we are working on as we speak. And as he mentioned, the process for that is slightly different because we do need to provide both notice and an opportunity to meet and confer regarding impacts to our unions before those changes can take effect. We expect that to happen soon. And as soon as information on the details of the policy change is available, we'll be providing that. And we definitely expect to be able to provide additional details at the next Board of Supervisor meeting as well, to sunshine those for the public. Following the information that Dr. Smith has been presenting at each of our last number of board meetings, there are currently 85 classified employees who work in high-risk settings who are currently on leave because they are unvaccinated, as well as an additional 22 unclassified staff. There is also an informational communication going out to employees who are not yet vaccinated regarding the availability of the Novavax vaccine, which was developed in a different, more traditional manner and may be of interest to some of those employees who've not yet been vaccinated and were not interested in obtaining an mRNA vaccine. I wanted to also speak briefly about last week's heat event and some of the associated PG&E infrastructure failures and their impact on our county critical facilities. As the board and the public is aware, we had widespread power outages throughout San Jose and in other parts of the county. And in particular, there was a PG&E infrastructure failure at a substation in San Jose that knocked out power at both Valley Medical Center and O'Connor Hospital. Although O'Connor's generators generally held up well throughout the event, we did have some significant challenges at Valley Medical Center, and our backup generation systems, at least initially, performed as expected when power was lost at Valley Medical Center. But we then had some pretty significant challenges with our backup power generation, including losing power for significant periods of time in critical portions of VMC's facilities. We were very fortunate, and through the expert work of our staff and leaders, to have avoided adverse impacts to our patients associated with those power failures, but they were still quite significant, and those occurred notwithstanding the fact that those power systems are tested regularly and had performed appropriately during all immediately preceding systems tests, including one that was performed just earlier that week. So this was a challenging experience for sure, and certainly one that has revealed opportunities for significant and urgent improvement for our design and functionality for some of these critical systems. And I think, as was referenced actually during the last item, we know that climate change and some of the weakness in PG&E's infrastructure and operation put really significant pressure on the county's critical facilities, and are things that we need to be urgently attending to make sure that we are in as good of shape as we possibly can be to support our community through what will be continued challenges on these fronts. So in my new role as Chief Operating Officer, among my highest priorities is really turning my attention to some of these issues, and we will be, among other steps taken in response to the events of last week, really focusing on a deep analysis of the sufficiency and system design for our backup power generation at all critical county facilities, including getting an external expert assessment of those systems. And we expect to return to the board with some opportunities to further shore up the critical infrastructure, both secondary and tertiary planning around some of what we expect will be ongoing challenges with power, and also greater demands on things like our HVAC systems as we have to cool these critical facilities as temperatures increase and as we have more extreme weather events. So those are my two things I wanted to cover in the county executive report. Happy to answer questions from the board, or I can turn it over to our county counsel, James Williams, for his report.
Thank you, Greta. Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ms. Hanson, congratulations again. I know it's been a while, but I just wanted to take the opportunity to comment on a non-agendized item, so it will be very brief. I continue to have real concern about the fact that our privacy office, which has been small but mighty, has been reduced in terms of its capacity by a couple of key departures, and particularly concerned about the continuing vacancy in the position of Chief Privacy Officer. I know staff has made real efforts to try and fill that position, but I just want to highlight again on the record the concern I have about that vacancy and others. It can't be small but mighty if there aren't at least a full complement of folks in those positions. And we're talking about a half dozen folks in an organization with 22,000 employees serving 2 million people. The privacy and data security issues require our constant attention. Enough said. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Hanson. Just wanted to put it on the record.
Thank you. It's on the record. We now turn to County Counsel, Mr. James Williams.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Wasserman, my hand was up a little late.
Well, Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you, President. Greta, let me start with the last issue, and then I want to go back to the COVID rules for our employees. You raised a number of really good points about the challenges that we have, and I think long term we're going to have in both protecting the energy flow in our grids and how we're going to be responsive at a local level. I wonder if there's a team that you're thinking about pulling together, and what role PG&E would play in that, what role would the CCEs play in that, and even Santa Clara that has their own electricity organization.
It's a great question. Definitely there were really significant conversations had with PG&E during this event, and absolutely as we assess both what occurred here and then as we plan for future incidents that may be even more significant than this one, we'll plan to be in communication with PG&E. I think just an obvious system design problem on their end is the fact that we had the same substation powering both O'Connor and Valley Medical Center. And so our Office of Emergency Management was in contact with PG&E to make sure it was very much on their radar as they were making repairs to that substation, to see if there was an opportunity for them to change some of the system design on their end, such that you wouldn't have two significant needed healthcare facilities in the city of San Jose linked to that same substation where a single system failure could take out power at both hospitals. So that's an example of the type of conversation certainly we expect to be having with them, along with lots of broader conversations that are had at the city, county, and state level with PG&E around how some of their systems are significantly impacting our needs and preparation.
One of the reasons that I'm raising this, colleagues, is that I think we are going to have to think very differently about how we harden all of our systems just because of climate change. And one of the other issues that I'm very concerned about is just that we have so many different entities at a state level that are responsible for energy at a local level, and it's hard to know what the most appropriate levers and partnerships are for us. And so one thing I would just want to recommend, Greta, as you're thinking about this, is that there may be value in having this discussion go through one of the committees, because I don't think it's just energy we're going to have to be thinking about. I think it's water. I think it's a number of other areas. And I know that our sustainability officers the sustainability office, I'm sure, has started to take a look at this, but I just think that it's going to be a bigger, I think it's going to have to be a bigger approach than perhaps we're thinking today, in part because of the number of delicate facilities we have, both the hospitals and the jails too as well. So I would just and juvenile facilities. So anyway, I would just recommend that the sustainability office be brought in, and that if Supervisor Lee is interested, that discussion go through FGOC as you start to think more about what needs the institution's going to have relative to hardening our systems and our external partners that we're reliant upon. Any thoughts on that, Greta?
That those thoughts are very consistent with some of the internal discussions that we're having around really thinking through all of our critical facilities. Of course, our hospitals are some of the most critical, but our correctional facilities for both adults and juveniles are certainly critical, certainly 911 communications, all of the infrastructure that, regardless of the emergency, needs to maintain complete functionality is part of the analysis that we need to do and are doing, but we'll do at a much more in-depth level, given some of the increasing challenges we're seeing caused by climate change.
Excuse me, ladies, just for a minute. Supervisor Ellenberg, can you cover for me for just a minute? Thank you. Go right ahead, Supervisor Chavez, and then Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. And then Greta, could you just talk a little bit more about how we're going to address the employee issues that, and the alignment issues? And what I'm really interested in is what's the process by which you're going to go through, and what's the speed? And I would just ask the clerk, oh, thank you. Thank you. Could you talk just a bit more about that?
Sure, I can talk briefly about that. The process that we're going through are looking at all of our policies related to COVID workplace safety, including our vaccination policies, re-evaluating those in light of a number of changed circumstances, most notably also trying to ensure alignment with the changes to the health officer order and recommendations that just came out. And then the process, to your process question, so those policies, anticipated changes to policies, as I mentioned previously, we need to provide notice to our unions and an opportunity to meet and confer over impacts. So we're hoping to get out that notice as quickly as possible so that that process can begin and hopefully not take too long a period of time.
So Greta, what does that mean in terms of the timeline? And the thing that the reason I'm kind of pressing on this is that I think the board, myself, Supervisor Lee, Supervisor Ellenberg, I mean, I think almost everybody's expressed some consternation over the approach, process, timing, and all that. I will also say, Greta, you've been in your job for an hour, and you're not so I just want you to understand, this isn't me saying trying to place blame. It really is trying to understand how quickly we can be responsive to our employees.
Totally understand the desire for urgency on this. I think the notice to our labor partners, we hope will be going out in days, not weeks. We hope that the changes to our policies are going to be able to be more robustly discussed with the board at our next board meeting, but definitely we're envisioning days, not weeks on this.
I would just say as one member of the board that I think this is urgent enough that if we needed to do a meeting or anything that required the board action, I'd be interested in taking that as an emergency meeting. I just think that I think the community is kind of at its wit's end. I think you could hear it in people's voices. And I think for a very long time, we've been thinking about all of the crises that are sitting upon our county, and the mental health crisis to me has been top of mind really almost for 9 months. And so I'm concerned that this isn't really new and that we're getting close to the end, and this is an opportunity for us to to kind of resolve it. But I do just want to reinforce for my colleagues, I recognize, Greta, is this your 3rd week in your new role?
That would be correct.
21 days. So in any case, this isn't me placing blame. It's just me saying, we want to help, we want to make this, or I don't want to speak for my colleagues. That's inappropriate, but this is a high urgency. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President Wasserman. I echo the concerns and the need of urgency relating to the issue regarding the vaccination of employees returning back to work. I spoke about this last board meeting, and I believe that was when before Dr. Smith went on his leave. That this is being
Excuse me, Supervisor Lee. Excuse me a minute. Whoever else has their microphone on, if you could please turn your microphone off so we can hear Supervisor Lee clearly. Go ahead, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. So the need is definitely, yes, days is really good to hear, Greta, and I hope that this could be happening within the week. Please let us know anything that we need to do from the board's perspective to get this moving faster. I think it's great, especially with not just the frustration that you can hear from the voice of our employees, but also the lack of our charge nurses in many of the shifts has been delineated, and as I've learned from my own tour a few weeks ago at the DMC. So I think that's clearly a high priority. The critical work of the hospital cannot be.
Excuse me, Supervisor Lee, is that background noise behind you or Colin?
Yes, unfortunately it is. I'll try to speak a little louder. I'm sorry, I'm
outdoors.
That's
fine. If it's behind you, if it's behind you, go right ahead.
Okay, I'll try to speak louder. So the heat wave caused power outage of a hospital and having to transport the patients, certainly something that is clearly unacceptable. However, I in some ways feel like this is actually a blessing in disguise for us to highlight and learn about the shortcomings of our system. And I hope that you'll be working with FAF at the highest priority to find out what we need to do, whether it's the generator, with the fuel pump, and whatnot that we need to immediately fix. And if we need to allocate budget, I think there's something that certainly we need to work on immediately. If it's possible, Greta, it's something you can report back to us every meeting because of how high the importance this is, to make sure that we are moving, as fast as possible to get these systemic problems solved on our end.
Yep.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm happy to make sure that any updates on this front can be included in our county executive report at each meeting, and certainly think some of these conversations are very timely with a number of the items that we're anticipating discussing in terms of investments in our facilities and capital improvements that will be discussed also at the first board meeting in October. But happy to make sure that we're keeping the board informed, including at our regular board meetings through the county executive updates.
Yeah, and specifically, we could point out the single point of failures that we have learned so that we are definitely getting those fixed. I always tell people I'm the belt and suspender type of guy. on backup, and certainly a hospital system is one that really requires it. So let's make sure we fix that. And the second thing I want to mention is there's also issue with PG&E, right, regarding their delivery of their energy, and try to find out why the circuits that was turned off is actually something that is so crucial. That really should never be out. So I'll up to make sure that we get some type of response or have a meeting with PG&E to learn about what happened, using this as a learning lesson to get this fixed in anticipation of future shortages as well. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee, and thank you, Greta. All right, with that, we're going to turn to Mr. James Williams for a county council report.
There were no reportable actions taken at the closed session meeting of September 12th, 2022, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. I see no hands raised for questions of that report or of county council. So we'll move on to item number 15, which is the 8th amendment to the agreement with Brightview Landscape Services. Mr. Gene Clark, I see you there. You're on, sir.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Gene Clark, Chief Procurement Officer, County Santa Clara. Thank you very much. This is item 15, presented to the board for consideration to consider continuing with providing landscape services. On a positive note, I was able to have discussions with our labor relations department, FAF department, and sustainability. And I know everyone is happy to sit down and go over some ideas. There was some discussions as early as this morning. So we look forward to having those discussions and present this item to go forward to get some funding for it, and then subsequently sit down with the groups and have some good discussions.
Super. Thank you very much.
You bet.
We have no members of the public here. Supervisors. Any supervisor comments or questions? Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I know that this was deferred. You know what? You do have a hand up in the public. Do you want me to wait?
No, I'll come back to the public. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I know this was deferred by Supervisor Lee. And so I'm just very interested in understanding, I don't know if Supervisor Lee is able to respond, but if his questions and concerns got answered, and I had a couple of additional ones, but I wanted to make sure I asked him that. I know he's traveling, but.
Supervisor Chavez, did you have comments to make, or did you just want me to recognize Supervisor Lee?
I do have some, but I didn't know if he wanted to go first, just because he's been the person who deferred it. I was trying to be courteous because he's traveling.
Sure, his hand, there he is.
Yeah, I'm up. Yeah, I could speak. Yeah, so thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for giving me this. So I know that the question I have, if SEIU was notified of the intent to issue the solicitation for this contract on back in March 2017. And I believe there was some type of a SEIU discussion and concur with the contracting services out to a third party. So I just want to make sure that has there been any further discussion with SEIU to make sure that this position is the same, and so that I just want to make sure there's no surprises on our working groups regarding these type of issues in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, do you wish to respond?
I can. I do think there's more discussions that need to occur. We're going to do that immediately, ASAP, to make sure we got to get on the same page with these issues. So again, I know all the departments are ready to do that. I know Labor Relations has already reached out to the respective labor organization to have those discussions. So I'm optimistic we would minimize surprises, Supervisor Lee. It's a good question.
Thank you. I certainly wish I had backup people available if my contractors couldn't complete things in a reasonable amount of time. Supervisor Lee, any more questions? I think not.
I'm good, thank you.
You're good, thank you. Supervisor Chavez, back to you.
Thank you. And so let me just say, I was having a difficult time. I'm sorry, Jean, with you. You were loud, but it was kind of crackling up for me. So here's what I would be interested in. I'm very interested in moving forward again in the less surprise zone. And I would be willing to approve the item with additional direction to administration to complete an analysis of the overall landscaping needs of the county, including the 2 hospitals. And with this information, I would request the administration return with options about how we can align the expenditures for landscaping with 2 parts of the county's mission. One, to restore and strengthen our focus on sustainable landscaping, both in terms of our infrastructure and practices. And then two, to consider the creation of a vocational landscape program for reentry and CalWorks clients that will include additional county positions to train clients and then supervise their work. If we're going to spend this amount of money, I'd prefer that we approach it as an investment and a lever to help our clients obtain employment in or outside the county. And that would be my motion, recognizing we still have a public speaker.
Yeah, we have a motion by
second the
Supervisor
motion.
Chavez. We'll have a second by Vice President Ellenberg. Now I'm going to turn to the speaker. Colin, I see one speaker. Do you agree?
Yes, yes, indeed.
Thank you. Would you please allow that speaker 2 minutes?
Indeed. And the next speaker is Jason Gorman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Supervisors. My name is Jason Gorman. I am an SEIU 521 member. In 2011, we were able to meet with the county elected officials who adopted some of our ideas to reduce cost and improve efficiencies to meet county landscaping needs. The county still not met with us regarding the extended Brightview contract, while recognizing that there is an immediate need to provide landscaping services. This is not a cost-effective or a long-term solution for Santa Clara County. We believe this money could be used to put those most in need to work with full-time county jobs. We are asking the board to look into the practices regarding county landscape. We would be more than happy to meet with you to share some of our cost-effective long-term solutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Irvish. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much to Board of Supervisors for the opportunity to speak. I represent the City of Milpitas as well as County of Santa Clara and State of California in different capacity. I specifically wanted to talk about the 8th Amendment and the landscape agreement. First of all, as a part of an interpretation, different people can interpret the 8th Amendment and the Constitution accordingly, as it has been introduced long back in 1791. Now, I also wanted to specifically mention about the case about the Bill of Rights that was introduced particularly in terms of a landscape agreement, whereas the case which was famously been introduced as Wilson and Sitter as a part of a cruel condition that was placed as a part of a landscape agreement for overcrowding, excessive noise, insufficient storage space, inadequate heating or cooling, and improper ventilation, unclean, inadequate restrooms, unsanitizing facility, food preparation, and housing with the mentally and physically ill people. These are some of the coordinates that has been covered as a part of a Wilson and Sitter case, which was fought in 1969 as a part of a deliberate indifference that was made with the number of penalties that has been introduced with the Wilson versus Sitter case. Now, it is important to mention that some of these services, if not being a part of a landscape agreement, can penalize that particular person or an applicant or an agency with regards to the different violations. So it is important that when any such kind of agreement being introduced as a part of an 8th Amendment, it is imperative that the standards and regulations be implemented and such that the applicant or an agency who is implementing the landscape agreement be made aware about what are the constitutional changes that has been.
And that concludes our request to speak.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you, speakers. We have a motion. We have a second. Supervisor Chavez, your hand's back up?
Oh, I apologize. Thank you.
No problem. Motion and a second. Colin, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee.
Lee, aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 16 is an ordinance code update regarding our data privacy and security. Mr. Williams, do you want to make a report, or I'll turn to Supervisor Smidian?
I think you can turn to Supervisor Smidian.
Thank you. Supervisor Smidian, comments and questions?
I think
Suggestions?
I can say thank you to the County Counsel's Office and Mr. Williams' team for addressing the issues that I had raised previously, adding the amendments I had requested. And other than saying thank you, the only thing I need to do is say move approval.
Second. Any further discussion? No speakers awaiting. Call and roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee.
Lee, aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian.
Right.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. That was item number 16. 17 and 18 were approved to be heard together. 17, I've got Michael Giannaco, Oakland, and I'm assuming the same. Let's see, we'll have Supervisor Smith. Oh, and Mr. Gene Clark from procurement on 18. Michael, any comments you wish to make?
Good morning, President Wasserman. Good morning, board. I would just sum up our report with a 30-second overview, which is it is clear based on our review of the current way in which inmate movement is tracked that there needs to be improvements in that. And I think the question is what those improvements are going to look like. Technology is certainly available to do a better job of keeping track of inmates pursuant to a lot of things. One with regard to ensuring that the deputies' responsibilities are carefully tracked, inmate movement, inmate out time, recreational time, all those things that are required by the consent decree would be helped by having a better tracking system. The question for the board, of course, is what that tracking system is going to be looking like. We have made some suggestions about that. There has been some concerns raised by CCLEM and others about the continued use of wristbands as the way in which inmate tracking will be undertaken. There is an alternative to move to ID cards, although medical suggests that if the move is to ID cards, there will still be a need to continue with the wristband. So we didn't make any hard recommendations here. We suggested that perhaps the board may be wanting to hear from the Sheriff's Office and Custody Health about the concerns raised by CCLEM. An alternative is that if the board decides to move forward with the project as set out by the Sheriff's Office with the wristbands, that it might be prudent to have a 6-month check-in after implementation to see how that is going. And then the third thing that we recommended President Wasserman and the board is that probably more needs to be done no matter what goes forward with regard to laying out how inmates lawyers, how the prosecutor will receive access to this information no matter what system is eventually adopted. And that ends my remarks. President Wasserman, obviously available to answer any questions you or the board members may have.
Thank you. I'll have to ask you my question at a later date, if that's Buzz Lightyear or John Wayne over your shoulder.
You know, I'm in the land of Texas, President Wasserman, and cowboys abound everywhere.
Aha, I get it. Thank you very much. I see we have our Assistant Sheriff, Sepulveda, there. Any comments, please, that you wish to make?
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity to speak. Yeah, just a really quick comment that this is a system that we've been waiting for long overdue. We have an antiquated paper-based system, and we'd like to move forward with our technology and serve the county, the community, and our inmate population better by doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, compadres, we're doing 17 and 18 together. 17 is simply receive a report from Mr. Giannaco, which we just did. 18 has possible actions A through D. Any comments or questions? Otherwise, I'll look for a motion. Item A is to receive the report, and we can consider the 160 pages of the written report as receiving. Vice President Ellenberg, a motion or comments?
Both. Thank you. Michael, thank you for your report, and to the Sheriff's Office, thank you. And OCLEM and CCLEM, I really appreciate that excuse me, that this has been looked at from a number of different angles. I understand the concerns that have been raised about the wristbands and the preference for cards. I also understand the urgency of improving the system and making sure really that people in our custody are able to take full advantage of out of cell time and program time to which they are entitled. So I'm prepared today to make a motion to accept OCLEM's recommendation for a 6-month progress report and protocol for how people taken into custody and their attorneys will be made aware of access to tracking data. I also want to add some direction that the progress report please include feedback from people who are in custody. Both CCLEM and OCLEM noted concerns of potential feelings of dehumanization, but I don't believe that people in custody were directly consulted as to how they felt and why they might prefer one method over another. So I would like that direct feedback to be included in the 6-month report. Thank you.
Thank you. And as far as the other options, adopt the finding, approve the use policy, approve the agreement. Are all those part of your motion as well?
They are.
Thank you very much. And I was just reading from packet page 154 under recommended action. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Chavez. We have no speakers. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee. I believe Supervisor Lee may be absent. One moment while I take a look at the list here.
And he was planning on being absent for the second half. So why don't you check? And I think you are correct, Colin.
All righty. Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simonian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes.
That's unanimous with Supervisor Lee absent. Thank you.
Thank you. That was 17 and 18 heard together and approved. We now move on to item 19, which has to do with the Narcan and fentanyl. And our behavioral health services is here. Possible actions recommended are to receive the report, which takes no action. And then
sorry, Lee, sorry about the technical problem I had, President Wasserman. I apologize.
Thank you. No worries. Supervisor Lee, while we have you there, how much longer do you anticipate being able to be part of the meeting?
I believe for at least 30 minutes or so. I'm trying. I'm actually on White House grounds,
Okay.
and the electronic, I think they have all kinds of weird things to make it very hard to get a good signal. But anyways, that's why I am. Sorry about that.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. All right. So Colin, if you'll please adjust that vote on 18 to reflect 5-0.
Yes.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we are on 19. And I'm going to mute my dogs and turn to Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the staff for the report. It really responds very well to the original referral and allocates additional funding to address the fentanyl crisis. As the report indicates, colleagues, the fentanyl working group will be crafting and delivering our final recommendations to the administration and then sharing them with all of you. This will include, I already know, the additional prevention and communication efforts to build on the work being done by SCOOP, which is really working hard to address this issue. I want to add, colleagues, that Dr. Day indicated that Custody Health has been seeking funding to install and stock machines in our custody settings. And so what I'd like to ask staff to come back with is a report back on that particular item, the options for sources of funds, and if we have funds identified, if we are able just to accept them when that board action comes back to us. So if that could come back to us in the next 30 days would be ideal. And with that, or county funding, but I think we can find outside funds for this. With that, I would move approval, thank the staff, and ask for that report back in a month. And Sherry, Bruce, and Mira, really appreciate all the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
That would be my motion.
Thank you.
I was waiting for Supervisor Lee to second as he did this work.
Thank you.
I'm happy to
If
second
you're
it. Thank
available.
you.
Okay, then I will not.
There we go. We have a motion by Chavez, second by Lee with the additions, as along with the approval of item 19B, approve request for appropriation modification number 50. We have no other hands raised, no public speakers. Thank you, staff, for putting this very important issue together, and supervisors for bringing it forward. A roll call vote, please. Colin.
Supervisor Lee.
Lee, aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. 20 was held to October 4th. 21 was held. 22 was held. 23 is where we consider items previously removed from the consent calendar. We had one by Supervisor Chavez, item number 68. Supervisor.
Thank you very much. I just had a couple of issues that I wanted to raise, and one of them is more of a broad issue, and that is that I recognize that this report comes from fleets and facilities because they become the managers of these projects. But I wondered if these are also coordinated with Greg Iteria before they come to us.
Supervisor Draper, I don't know if Greg's on. Yeah, I see his hand. Never mind.
Yes, members of the board, Greg Iteria, County Budget Director. Yes, very much so coordinated. And in fact, we begin the coordination with FAF in the spring, in April and May, working on estimates for the amount to be rolled over. And we have one of the ledge files that we do in June, advising the Board of Estimated rollovers, includes some of that work product. And then throughout the summer, we also work with them to make sure we have updated amounts that come to the board for this action in September.
So, you know, and I guess one of the things I'm wanting to better understand is that this is a budget action versus a construct. Let me just say.
Versus what?
Well, I'm struggling with that a little bit, Mike. Let me just explain the question I'm trying to ask and I'm really trying to understand the mechanics of this, given just how much money it is, and then how this lines up with the prioritization discussion we're going to be having and what resources are available for investment. So that's really what I was trying to get at, and just to better understand if this is more of a custom and practice that it happened this way, and or whether or not, Greg, you or Jeff, as you're looking at the number of projects that we have moving forward, have thought a little bit about what I just raised relative to the other discussions the board will be having.
Through the president, if I may. Yeah, this is the amount of funding that the board has previously approved for capital projects that has not yet been expended. And these are multi-year projects. And this represents the amount of unexpended funding previously approved by the board that still needed to carry out the previously approved project. So it is ministerial or administrative in nature. There really isn't policy exercised. It's just a kind of a calculation, assuming that we're going to continue those projects previously approved by the board. However, I think how this relates to the prioritization discussion that's coming up, if the board at that point later wants to opine that something that was previously a priority is no longer a priority related to, new interest, and and there's interest in revisiting some of these projects, we can always come back if the board so chooses and make further modification of these projects or the funded amounts. From my perspective, it is better to separate the two. This is more the calculation and having the budget reflect what the board has previously approved, and having the prioritization discussion as something distinct that we're going to do in October keeps it well clean, so that if the board is clear about wanting to unfund something and shift funding elsewhere, we have clarity on that and be able to take that up when the board's ready to discuss prioritization.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I'm going to defer to Supervisor Ellenberg for some more questions, and then I want to make some direction prior to an action being taken. Thank you.
You want me to switch to Supervisor Ellenberg now?
Yes, please.
Okay, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of clarifying questions, really primarily in the spirit of sunshining these really, really big numbers for the public. First, for the $925 million of projects that were rolled over in Fund 50, which do not include bond revenue, what is the source of funds supporting those projects?
Greg.
Yep, yeah, through the board president. The primary funding source is county general fund, either directly from a direct allocation when the board adopts the budget, for the capital projects, or indirectly in that when facilities are kind of used up in concept. There's a depreciation calculation that us accountants do for the value of that, and then each year we recommend it, and thus for the board has approved to set aside an amount equal to that from the general fund into what we call the accumulated capital outlay fund, which goes to be a reliable, plannable funding source for the capital program. But in both cases, it's county discretionary general fund dollars. And so from a policy perspective, I suggest you just look at it as discretionary dollars appropriated by the board, and that can be used for any lawful purpose.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Greg. Where are the improvements to 650 South Bascom on this list, or is that covered outside of the capital projects list?
This is Jeff.
Jeff.
President. Yep.
Yes.
The answer is it's part of the lease agreement that we brought forward. It's being financed through the lease agreement rates that you're paying for the facility.
What funds are we using to make the lease payments?
I believe the behavioral, Greg can correct me, the behavioral health services are paid for through the general fund. Greg, is there also an MHSA component that comes back into play?
Yeah, through the board president. It's primarily a general fund. However, when possible, we also work very closely with the department to see if we can leverage any other supporting outside funding sources, such as MHSA or realignment or a Medi-Cal match. Always we try to maximize outside funding sources.
Okay, and I want to note I see, of course, the inpatient psych facility on this list. Which, if any, of the items on the list in the behavioral health category add capacity to our behavioral health system?
I think those are the main two that we already hit on, supervisors. It's the behavioral health, the new services center there, and then the only other one is the 650 South Bascom project at this point. I know that the board is considering other priorities going forward. But
yeah, I think we have a few other small investments, and definitely correct me if I'm wrong. The Mission Street Recovery Station renovations for $591,000, the Alcove office improvements for $233,000, and the Muriel Wright gate improvements for $25,000. I just want to note overall that that's less than $900,000, so under $1 million. And I just need to keep pointing out that the vast discrepancy we continue to see between what we spend in our health and hospital system, purely medical, physical, and what we're investing in mental and behavioral health. We have so much work to do here. The ledge file, let me just nail that point home a little bit more. The ledge file indicates about $9 million in bond-funded VMC projects, but there are quite a few more on the attached project list, including $60 million for the emergency department renovations. What's the total rollover for VMC facility projects?
Jeff?
Yeah, I got to look. It's something like let's see. I had it just a minute ago because we mailed it. Give me a second, please.
Sure.
Send it to David. Looks like the total rollover for going into FY23 is 645 million.
Not for the total, it's not upwards of $1 billion.
The total amount of budget is 1.2 billion, but the rollover is 645 million.
Got it. Okay, I think I've made the point clear about the difference in investment in the mental behavioral health system, and I will be looking to my colleagues as well as administration as we move forward to our capital prioritization plan, that this is really top of mind in consistent with our declaration of a public health crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Greta. Ms. Hanson.
Thank you, President Wasserman. Just one brief comment in response to the prior discussion and the questions from Supervisor Ellenberg. Much of our expansion of service access on the behavioral health side, as the board will know, comes through the community-based organizations and other organizations through whom we deliver a lot of the care. And so just thinking about making sure we have all of the capacity expansions aligned for purposes of the board's interest. The monthly report that we're now planning with respect to mental health and substance use service expansion, we had envisioned coming back to the board on September the 27th. I'm thinking that may now be sensible to place with some of the other items that we're moving to October 4th, so that when we're thinking about all of these investments in facilities improvement, that we're also able to simultaneously look at the service expansion that's not being accomplished through expansion of our own county facilities, but through our contracted service capacity, so that you can see those investments together. So just wanted to note that in the context of some of the prior questions and comments from Supervisor Ellenberg, because it makes sense to want to understand that the investments side by side.
Thank you, Greta. I very much appreciate that, and the services are important. But what I'm thinking about with regard to this conversation are really specifically facilities, whether it's IMD, room and board, or board and care, crisis residential. All of those facilities are the pieces that I'm thinking about here. And if we are renting or leasing or contracting for existing facilities, that's awesome. I know that there are things that we need to be building as a county, so I'm looking to just make sure that those investments don't get lost. But I'm really looking forward to the first report, and thank you very much for holding it until October 4th.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, you had additional comments?
Thank you. Yes. And thank you, Greta, for that feedback as well. One thing I wanted to ask Greg is, I understand that the federal government or the accounting organization that dictates how the public sector does public accounting is now asking us to include all leases as part of expressing debt when we do our annual audits. Is that accurate, and is that happening soon, like in the next couple of audits?
Yeah, this is Greg Ituria. Yes, that there's a new statement, is what they call it, for a new GASB statement, to calculate what that long-term commitment is and report that as technically as a liability on our financial statements. And that work is underway. You know, I don't know if we have anyone here from the finance agency that could speak to which set of financial statements that'll first appear, whether it's the ones that come out this winter or the following winter. I don't know what the timeline is, but I do know that the calculations are underway and the reporting requirement for the financial statements is there.
I see Margaret has
Thank
popped
you.
up.
Margaret, did you want to chime in with anything, or was that sufficient?
Yeah, good morning, President. I think the information from Greg Ituria is correct. We have completed the system setup, and the county will be getting ready to add that to our financial reporting as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, the reason I'm raising it is that, as you know, I have been very interested in us purchasing facilities long-term versus just leasing them. And I recognize that we're reimbursed in really unproductive ways depending on who's reimbursing us for the use of the property. But I think it speaks back to the point that Supervisor Ellenberg has raised about, and my own interest in making sure that we have debt capacity for large projects that we want to have access in the next few years, and that owning projects is a much better tool for us in terms of that opportunity. And I am concerned long-term that that having to list this as a liability, and Margaret, you can let us know as we move forward over the next couple of years, how that impacts ratings for us as well. So I just want to recommend that we keep our eyes on it. I'm happy to move the staff report forward with the additional request for information that Supervisor Ellenberg has. And I would just ask staff if when the next two, when we're looking at the capital programming, that if the staff could just reissue this report as part of the discussion, just so that the board has this in front of us while we're having that discussion on October 4th, and then I would move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Chavez, second by Ellenberg. No speakers, no further hands raised. Colin, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee, I believe, is absent.
Yes, he is.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes.
It's
Thank you very
unanimous
much.
with Lee absent. Thank you.
And Supervisor Lee did have to sign off. He texted me. That was it. So we are now going to adjourn until 1 o'clock, when we will resume to handle item number 9. Colin, will you please confirm that's the only item left on our agenda?
That is the only item left, item 9.
Thank you. And we'll receive a report from the Public Health Officer and Administration relating to the current status of COVID-19 and MPX. With that, we're going to take a lunch break, and we will resume at exactly 1 p.m. See you all then. Thank you. Thank you, Colin.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Welcome back, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Colin. Unless you're in the stock market, which just crashed. All right, everybody else. Who we have? I need Supervisor Simidian. We know Supervisor Lee Colin will not be with us for this final item.
Yes.
We'll take a roll call in just a minute.
Will do.
Then we'll resume with item number 9.
And Supervisor Simidian has logged in as well.
Wonderful. Roll call, please.
All righty. Supervisor Lee is absent. Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
Supervisor Simidian.
Here.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Here.
And President Wasserman.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to resume our meeting with the one item left, which is to receive a report from the Public Health Officer and Administration, which today is Greta Hansen, our COO, to the current status of COVID-19 and MPX. Greta, am I starting with you or Dr. Cody?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Wasserman. This is
Dr.
Dr.
Cody.
Sarah Cody, and I will be presenting to you today just a brief update on both COVID-19 and MPOX.
Thank you.
And Greta Hansen is kindly running the slides for us today. So just to start out where we are, as you know, we are in our 6th and most prolonged wave, and you can see that it's starting to resolve, but do remember that this is reported lab confirmed PCR cases, and that's starting to go down. And I just want to highlight that this wave has been quite prolonged. We stayed at that high plateau before cases began to drift down in early January. But what's important is that the actual level of SARS-CoV-2 circulating in our communities is a bit different, as I'll show you on the next slide with our wastewater concentrations. So I'm going to show you 2 slides. One, what does it look like over the last 6 weeks? And then we'll zoom out. So you can see over the last 6 weeks, it does look somewhat promising. It's a little bit jaggedy, but overall, across all 4 sewer sheds, the level of SARS-CoV-2 concentrations in the wastewater, reflecting concentrations in the community, are overall decreasing. However, on the next slide, if you pull back and look over the past 60 weeks, what you can notice is that while they are trending down, the virus concentrations in all 4 sewer sheds still remain quite high, because if you look back, you can see this is about where we were in early May 2020 and in late January 2022. So the other point that I just want to make and have you notice is that across all 4 sewer sheds in this last 6th wave, not only did we have a high and prolonged plateau, but the levels were as high as they've been during the Omicron peak. So in some sewer sheds like Palo Alto, actually briefly, they were even higher than during the Omicron peak. And in other sewer sheds, they were very close to that. So my overall message is, yes, on their way down. However, SARS-CoV-2 levels in the community still remain high. And the reason I really wanted to emphasize that is because all the layers of prevention still remain important. So on the next slide, this is our usual graph on the hospitalizations with COVID each day. And you can see that they are also beginning to trend down. And on the next slide, this is a reflection of the deaths among residents of our county by week. And a couple things I wanted to highlight here is that it's true that as time has gone on and the very high level of vaccination and boosting in our community does show a decrease in our deaths. However, we still have 10 to 15 county residents dying of COVID each week in the county, which is still significant. And as you may remember, in 2020 and 2021, COVID remained the third leading cause of death. We don't have the numbers yet for 2022, but COVID still has a very significant impact on the health of our residents. And just one more reason that it's so important to prevent COVID whenever we can is that sometimes it's one chain of transmission that will ultimately lead to someone who is older or vulnerable and who may be hospitalized or die from COVID. And again, that's just emphasizing the importance of continuing with the layers of prevention. As far as again on prevention, we know that age is a risk factor for death, but vaccination prevents death. And in fact, there seems to be a dose response. The more doses of vaccine, the less likely someone might be to die of COVID. And the next slide. This is again just showing that we can, of course, continue to have very high vaccination rates and even reasonably high rates of boosting with the old booster. We are, as I'll show you, just early on in rolling out the new bivalent Omicron booster. Next slide. So a bit more on that Omicron booster. As you know, it's bivalent, meaning it covers both the original Omicron strain as well as the most recent, the original COVID strain, the Wuhan strain, as well as the most recent Omicron strains that have been circulating. It covers both of those. It is recommended for everyone ages 12 and older who is at least 2 months out from their last shot. It's gotten a bit more complex because the recommendations for someone who's had a recent infection are a little bit different. And so many people in the population have had a recent infection. So this adds to the complexity of administering that Omicron booster. Our own county sites have been offering the bivalent booster shots for about a week. We started out on September 7th. And so far, we have administered a bit over 2,700 shots. Those are just in our county health system. I don't have the data handy on the shots administered across the county. And as you may know, retail pharmacies and other health systems are also offering the bivalent booster shots. So now I will turn to a quick update on Mpox. I wanted to first update you on how the virus spreads, just a little bit different from my last update a month ago. Still primarily transmitted through direct physical skin-on-skin contact with the rash or the scabs from the rash or body fluids from a person with the infection. Last time I was saying that it was not sexually transmitted per se, and now it looks like it likely is sexually transmitted or at least associated with sex. And this is partly because of the skin-on-skin contact during sexual activity, and maybe because of body fluids that are that contain the virus. And again, rarely it could be spread by touching objects and surfaces that have been used by someone with monkeypox, but that's not the pattern that we're seeing. And we really don't think that that's a significant contributor to cases in our county. We've not documented that mode of transmission among our cases. Next slide shows the epidemic curve of the cases reported in our county residents since early June. And generally what we are seeing here and elsewhere in the state is a decline. So first a slowing of new cases, and now we're beginning to see a decline. This is probably in part due to behavior change and in part due to vaccination. As far as which communities are disproportionately affected by Mpox remains the same. So of our 169 cases reported as of yesterday, they still are primarily among men who have sex with men. And recall that the infection was first introduced into that social network, and that's where infections, we are predominantly seeing infections. Our cases are primarily among young men who have sex with men, and a disproportionate number, a bit over 50%, are among Latinx men, even though Latinx men only make up about a quarter of the population of men. Next slide. Our strategy has been multi-pronged. I just want to focus in a little bit about the vaccination strategy. Nearly 8,700 first and second doses have been administered so far between our county mass vaccination clinics, our other county clinics, and other health systems. And I do want to note, as you probably know, that the Mpox vaccination is offered at all 3 of our larger county sites. So over 6,000 residents have had at least a dose of the vaccine. And recently, in concert with other Bay Area counties, last week we expanded vaccine eligibility. So it now includes all men and trans people who have sex with men and trans people, as well as some other criteria that we continue to have. So we're not limiting it as far as number of partners recently. It's much more expanded. And we continue to prioritize outreach to people at highest risk. And that's what we're doing in partnership with many organizations and using many different strategies to get people signed up. Bars and events and other places where we're most likely to reach the people that we're most concerned about for this infection. And that is all I have as far as a formal presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions.
I'll try that again. Thank you, Dr. Cody. There we go. Works better when you're unmuted. I'm turning to supervisors to see any questions. I do not see any. I have no members of the public. Oh, now we have 2 hands. Supervisor Ellenberg, then Supervisor Chavez.
Thanks very much. And Dr. Cody, can you share some additional information about how the bivalent booster is being distributed to states and counties? And I'm wondering particularly if the supply that's coming to the county is being redistributed by us to providers like Kaiser and retail pharmacies, or are they getting it directly?
They are getting it directly, just like with the other boosters. So retail pharmacies get it directly, and multi-county entities like Kaiser, Sutter, Camp also get it directly. So we're mostly managing the supply through our county sites.
Okay, and what steps are we taking to encourage as many residents as possible to get that bivalent booster from their primary care providers that have an obligation to provide them, even though we don't have a local health order anymore compelling them to do it? I'm really concerned about the investment of county resources to administer the vaccine to individuals who have other options for care. It's clearly a drain on our budget, even if we're eventually reimbursed for staff and supplies. But it also can be crowding out our focus on the county patients that don't have other options for vaccination. So can you talk about what we're doing there?
Sure. So we've not had an order compelling healthcare organizations to offer vaccines. That was around testing, not around vaccines. We do continue to encourage everyone to get their booster. And in general, our message is
understand what we think that target is. And Dr. Cody, what that may mean is that, and this may be a question for you, well, there are two parts to it. One is like overall in the county, we want to make sure that X percentage of our population get vaccinated by Y date so that we can assess how much investment we're making, how much outreach we're doing, and all of that to meet the whatever we think the health targets are. I would really like to understand that from your perspective. And then us as a medical provider, I'm wondering a little bit about how we're getting our own members, from our 2 insurance programs, and then folks who are using our county resources, how effective we're being at getting them boosted. And if those numbers of the booster shots, which is relatively low, if those numbers are, and I recognize those are our patients, I think is what you were saying, then what's our system's goal? There's the big public, and then there's the folks when we're wearing our hat as healthcare providers.
right. And I can mostly speak to the population-wide efforts, since that's my wheelhouse, rather than the other. And I would say, one is we're really just a week into experience with this bivalent booster and getting the word out. And 2, I think it is going to look a little bit different than the first booster or the second booster. And that's because of what I mentioned in that for some people who've recently been infected, they may want to wait 3 or 4 months before they get their booster, which is different than someone who has not been infected and just is going to really want to get boosted if it's been at least 2 months since their booster. So I guess what I'm saying is that that setting goals, measuring, and tracking is going to be a bit more complex because the context is more complex.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, Dr. Cody. What I would just recommend is that when we do our next report out, that we all as a team understand what those goals are and the paths that we're going to be using to meet them. And then I don't know if there's anybody from our healthcare system that can respond to the question I asked relative to our system.
Anybody? Dr. Cody?
Well, Dr. Cody, I think she was just saying.
Anybody you can refer it to in our health system?
Yeah. I don't know if Paul Lorenz is on, or Greta may have.
Or Greta?
I think that we'll probably have to just report back to you on that at the next meeting. Supervisor Chavez, I'm happy to make sure that we have someone available to specifically respond to that at our next board meeting. I don't know because it's primarily been Dr. Cody that we have anyone on.
Yeah, I would just suggest that as part of the slide presentation, that the goals for both our own clients and patients and anybody in our custodial care, foster youth, and those who are in custody are that we understand that program as well as the healthcare program overall. That would be helpful. Thank you. And then Dr. Cody on MPOX, I'm really, I'm curious about how much vaccine is available, and is vaccine availability a concern for you at all?
Thank you. Early on, we did have a significant mismatch between vaccine demand and vaccine supply. That has largely abated, primarily because we are now giving shots intradermally rather than subcutaneously. What that means is that we can get 5 doses, up to 5 doses out of a vial that previously would have yielded just 1 dose. So that's expanded our reach quite a bit, and we are able to keep up with demand for both first doses and second doses without any trouble.
And so does the population that needs to be vaccinated really stay with the community that we're focused on now, or do you think that grows, or do you watch how the disease progresses before the public health side of the aisle will make a decision about that?
Right. We are in continual discussion with colleagues across the Bay Area because this is really a regional network. And as much as we can, making decisions about how and when to expand eligibility, doing that together. we're keeping in mind, not just looking at who has infections now, but looking at those outliers to think about what other networks might the infection move to, and who do we need to outreach to vaccinate to stay ahead. And we're again doing that as a region. I suspect that in the coming in the coming weeks we will be expanding eligibility further.
Thank you. And I think for both of these, with both MPOX and with the with COVID, what I would be really interested in looking at when you come back to us is just next steps and really the communications that are being used now, and what communications you anticipate, based on the target populations that you will be needing to use. And I appreciate very much the coordination with the other counties, because it just makes a lot of sense to do that. So thank you for all that work. I know that's probably the hardest part of your job right now, is making sure we're all coordinated. But I am very interested in kind of more drilling down on both comms and targeted populations, and then whether or not we need to look at other locations that have or other institutions where there may be more risk of spread. And I don't necessarily know what that is. I think what I have in the back of my mind is whether or not we need to talk to colleges or other groups that may be very unaware of this and not thinking too much about it, but where we could have an outbreak.
Yeah, so just to give you a little bit more detail on what we're doing now, we're doing focused outreach, working with every organization that we know that works with men who have sex with men, trans people, and other groups that are at risk. And I think that some of the social determinants of health is what we're thinking about next. Whether there's increased risk because you're unhoused or increased risk because you have a substance use disorder or what have you. Those are some communities that they're watching very carefully and concerned about, and collaborating with organizations who also serve them, because that may be our next step. But in general, the more high-touched, focused communication and partnership with groups that serve people at risk has been our strategy, much more than any kind of mass communication, because it's a focus group that we're looking to reach and that we're concerned about.
Great. Well, thank you for that.
Certainly.
You're on mute, Mike.
And you'd think I would learn how to use that for the 5th time today. Supervisor Smithian, your picture just came on. Did you have a question? Otherwise, I'm going to adjourn this meeting.
I wanted to see if we had comments from members of the public, and if not, then I do have some questions for Dr. Cody, if I may, please.
Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Dr. Cody, back to COVID. There has been some discussion over the last 2.5 years about when we move from a pandemic to an endemic. Could you remind us all, or at least remind me, what the distinction between the two is, what those two words actually mean? Tell us whether we have moved from a pandemic to an endemic situation, and tell us what the implications are for the work we do here at the county.
Thank you. It's a more complicated question than you would think. A pandemic is an epidemic is more disease is observed than expected, and a pandemic is an epidemic that's spread around the world. So I would say that we are still experiencing more disease than we expect. So I still think we're in pandemic. An endemic is when you have some kind of continual baseline of disease, but in some ways I would say it's almost a social definition of its amount of disease that the society is willing to accept, amount of disease and death. Endemic does not mean there is no harm. I can think of many endemic diseases that cause a lot of deaths, but we don't treat them the way, for example, we've been treating COVID. So I think it's a social definition as much as any. And since COVID is still the 3rd leading cause of death in the United States, and since close to 3,000 Americans have died of COVID in the last week, I would submit that we are still in a pandemic. That doesn't seem acceptable.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Anything else before I come with my follow-up questions?
No, go ahead.
Thanks. And, you know, I think a lot of folks during the summer months have traveled about the state, the country, and the nation, observed what has been happening in other parts of the country. And, you know, I want to be very clear. I am among those who credits the work of our public health departments and the counties that hung in there with some, you know, challenging approaches as really being life-saving. So please don't misunderstand or misconstrue the question. That being said, I'm guessing I'm not alone, can't speak for anyone else, that, you know, folks who've traveled abroad, other parts of the country, other parts of the state, or even right here in Santa Clara County, have noticed that mask use is been dramatically reduced, and requirements are minimal in some places to non-existent or largely ignored, and or folks have just made the judgment call that, you know, at this point, 2.5 years in, they've been vaccinated, they've been double or triple boosted, and that you know, they just need to go about their business. What's your take on masks? Because in a minute, I'm going to ask you about the masking policies that we have adopted here for our own organizational use. And I didn't want to surprise you with that follow-up question.
Thank you. The way I see it now is that masks are one of our most important tools to prevent infections. And as you know, I still see tremendous value in preventing infections for a couple reasons. One is obviously if you prevent an infection, then you're not at, you know, you're not at risk of severe disease. But importantly, even if you've been vaccinated and boosted, we know these are not, quote, sterilizing vaccines, and you could still get an infection and be at risk of a chronic condition or long COVID. And there's lots of data coming out about long COVID now, and people even 2 years out from an infection having some pretty significant outcomes, you know, neurologic outcomes, cardiac outcomes that no one wants. And so I've dedicated my career to public health and prevention and preventing the bad thing from happening. And I think something as simple as a mask could prevent an infection and a chronic disease. It's the right thing to do. So it is challenging because we've been at pandemic response for a very long time now, and humans being humans, it's difficult to stick with a behavior. It doesn't mean the behavior, that of mask wearing, isn't incredibly important and incredibly protective. And so I still, you know, strongly recommend and strongly urge that people mask when indoors with someone who's not from their household, particularly if there's going to be a lot of people there or if the ventilation is poor.
Got it. Now, one of the challenges that we're confronting, in my view, is we have things that are required through public health orders. We have things that are recommended. We have things that are strongly recommended. We have things that are advised. We have things that are suggested. I know, you know, at various phases of the pandemic, the state and Governor Newsom's office in particular requested or suggested or advised that people avoid non-essential travel. Well, you know, that led to a lot of ambiguity about what was or wasn't essential, was a suggestion or a request or an advice really binding? Answer, no, probably not. I think, you know, for a lot of people, it's easy to say, all right, here are the rules, I'll follow them. I think when we start to get into this murkier area, it's a little tougher to maintain some sense of common purpose. And, in our own county buildings, and I'm, sitting in my enclosed office, which I'm fortunate to have, obviously. The understanding I have is that for some period of time now, we have been required, employees and members of the public who enter the building at 70 West Heading and at other venues are required to wear masks. And I'm going to pull Ms. Hanson and Mr. Williams in here in a minute. We've been required to wear masks. The public's been required to wear masks, in part because that's the only intellectually consistent thing to do. If you're saying, well, we strongly recommend wearing masks, then are we going to follow the behavior that is strongly recommended by our own public health department? But as you hinted earlier, 2.5 years in, I think there's some challenge in maintaining that rigor, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are about when we might be going to what I'll call masks optional in our own county facilities. And I also guess I would ask Mr. Williams and/or Greta Hansen, our COO, whose determination is that as to our buildings? Because if it's a recommendation, not a requirement of public health, then is that a decision that the county executive makes? Is it one the board could make if it chose to? I'm getting questions on this subject, and the starting point before I can think about what I think the right thing to do is to understand who's in charge of what, which is a topic we've had some conversation about before. Dr. Cody, I know I threw a lot at you there with that long riff, but where are we in this mask required, strongly suggested in terms of our own operation here at the county?
Supervisor, I can address that. We are still requiring masks in all county facilities at this time, and I am happy to defer to our county counsel, James Williams, to answer your question about authority to change that policy. So, James,
Sure, I'm happy to speak on that. So just to step back for a moment, the framework that the county has had throughout the pandemic has been pretty consistent, which is obviously the county as an entity and organization has complied with the health orders. That's legally required, and failure to comply is both a criminal and civil offense. The county has also consistently followed as county policy the recommendations of the state and local health officer. And the masking requirement for county facilities is a county administrative policy adopted by the county executive. It could be changed by the county executive. So I think that answers your specific question, Supervisor Simidian.
Let me ask you a tactless but direct question. Would that administrative policy be overruled if that was a will of the majority of our board?
Yes, I believe it could.
Thank you for that clarity. How does that connect, Mr. Williams, if I may ask, with determination, or Ms. Hanson or Dr. Cody, with the determination about when we might return to in-person / hybrid meetings? Because that's another issue I get questions about. And again, I haven't reached a conclusion, so I don't want people to read too much into any of this, but it's hard for me to have a thoughtful conversation with people at sidewalk office hours, which are up again in my district, if I don't have clarity about who gets to decide what under what circumstances. So
that's a decision of the board that the board makes every 30 days at the board meeting.
And so if at some point when that routine reauthorization or redetermination were on our agenda, somebody chose to pull it and say, actually, I'm not sure that's how we want to proceed, colleagues. That is something that any member of our board could do, and action on such an item would require a majority of the board to continue in that down that path. Do I have that right?
That is correct. Under state law, the board every 30 days must act to continue to authorize remote meetings.
And presumably, as things currently stand, if the board made the judgment to have in-person meetings. And part of the reason I'm asking colleagues is because I've gotten questions from at least 3 other jurisdictions about what we're going to do, because they're looking to us as they calibrate what they're going to do. Presumably, Mr. Williams, if we made that judgment, masks would still be required, because as things now stand, understanding that they could be different, it's been the administrative policy of the county to adhere to the recommendations, even if they are not mandates from the state and county public health officers. Yes?
That is correct.
So then that means that if we open the chambers at 70 West Henning Street and invite 300 people to come sit in the chambers, that if someone showed up unmasked, they would be told they were required to wear a mask. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, just as a practical matter, and anyone who can answer, if they say, I'm not going to put my mask on, what happens next?
Presumably, they would be handled in the same manner as the prior instances when we've occasionally had members of the public fail to comply with applicable board or county rules in chambers.
Which is to say what?
Which is to say that they'd be asked to leave, and the sergeant at arms take appropriate steps to ensure that that occurs.
Including, if need be, engaging a deputy to assist in that process.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Cody, do you have a recommendation as to whether or not we ought to go back to in-person / hybrid meetings?
I can't offer a recommendation on that, but what I can say is that the importance and my urgent recommendation to mask indoors is not likely to change until after the winter months have elapsed.
The winter months meaning not just December, but January, February?
Well, if you look back at the wastewater data and the reported case data, you can see that we generally peak in early January and then taper off, at some point in February, early March. And that's also traditionally when influenza season is. So that would not be a time where I would be likely to pause my strong recommendation for indoor mask wearing.
Excuse me, that time being January, February, or into March, April?
I'm a little hedgy about that because I just sort of have to see how the virus is behaving. But looking back on the last 2 winters, things haven't really cleared up till early March, early mid-March.
Okay. Dr. Cody, Ms. Hanson, Mr. Williams, other thoughts on this line of questioning? Because I just, as they say, I don't have a conclusion. I don't have a point I'm trying to make, quite frankly. But I do feel like we've been a little adrift on this issue, and that it's time for us to sort of confront these hard questions. So anything else you'd like to share on this topic before I shift topics slightly? Dr. Cody, Ms. Hanson, or Mr. Williams?
I don't want to put any words in Dr. Cody's mouth, so she should speak for herself, but I think based on my understanding of her recommendations, she would say that an in-person meeting with several hundred people indoors is probably one of the types of events at which masking is of greater importance.
Dr. Cody?
That's correct. If several hundred people were going to be gathering in one room indoors, it would be extremely important that everyone was wearing a mask and able to comply with mask rules.
Okay. Ms. Hanson, anything you want to share from an operations standpoint?
I would only add that, I think this is sort of implicit in some of the questions you asked earlier, but it is a challenging operational environment to enforce masking requirements in the context of public meetings of the Board of Supervisors, as we've seen in a number of other jurisdictions where mask requirements have remained in place, and there have been many members of the public who wish to participate in the meeting but were not willing to comply with masking requirements. So I just make that observation as an operational challenge I expect we would face if we have in-person meetings as well as our current masking requirements in place at the same time.
And thoughts again, anyone, on whether or not mask optional for employees in our various work settings is a sensible possibility in the near future? I didn't hear much interest or enthusiasm in taking that direction. Dr. Cody?
Yeah, I think it's, as I've said, and I guess I really can't say it enough about how protective universal masking is in preventing infection. And I think it also is, I don't have the data handy, but I can tell you that, for example, in my department, we have very few, we've not had workplace transmission, fewer absences from work for illness, and that's just sort of helpful for productivity in the department. So I think that masks are a very simple and very protective measure for us to take. It won't be forever. This is not going to last forever, right? It feels like it, but it's not going to last forever. Things will eventually settle down, but they've not settled down just yet. That was the reason why I was lingering on the wastewater data, to really make the point that the levels are still quite high.
Yeah, Dr. Cody, I appreciate your willingness to have this back and forth, because it's a hard conversation. I know because you've shared at our health committee over the years. These various requirements and or recommendations are only as good as the level of compliance. Level of compliance, as you suggested earlier today, becomes a challenge with the passage of time. Once people sort of say, you know what, I'm not doing that anymore, and compliance falls by the wayside, it becomes very tough to get compliance with other sensible public health matters. And so I worry that we're reaching a tipping point where people are just going to say, the hell with that, I'm not doing it anymore. And the whole regimen crumbles. Do you have any of those same concerns?
Well, what I would say is that what's most important for me to do is to tell you the truth about what I see and the truth about what I think the risk is. And I think there's a greater risk in pretending that the risk doesn't exist anymore because we're tired of it, and therefore we're going to back away. We're going to back away into what we want to do, rather than saying, no, the risk still is there. This is still what we need to do to protect ourselves and to protect each other. But I think there's a greater risk in not just calling it like we see it.
I get that. I'm not suggesting, and please be clear, that anyone should be intellectually disingenuous. I am suggesting that smart public health includes an assessment of facts on the ground, and facts on the ground include the willingness of the public to comply with either recommendations or requirements. So I just want to urge you in response to be thinking about what the facts on the ground are in terms of compliance. And that's, I don't think we can feel good if we say, well, we told it like it was, even though we knew nobody would be listening or complying. That's not a good outcome for our county. And I don't want to see us head down that path either, any more than I want to see us be intellectually disingenuous about what the best public health assessment is of our circumstance. That leads me to the point that Supervisor Chavez raised earlier, which is around public education, public notice. I continue to believe that the way to get folks to get their vaccines and to get their boosters is to make it as easy as possible. And part of making it as easy as possible is to make it clear and simple to understand what you have to do. So, try to keep the message simple and straightforward. Try to make it easy to get the vaccine and the booster. So I want to return to this conversation about, do we have any assessment of how easy it is or isn't right now for patients who have healthcare providers in the private nonprofit sector to get access to the booster? This also was the topic raised by Supervisor Ellenberg in her questions and comments.
Yeah, I'm happy to report back on that at my next report. I really don't have any data to share. The booster's just been out for a week, but we definitely will include that next time.
Well, I would like to ask for that report at the next Health and Hospital Committee meeting. And I'm going to ask in a minute for that to be a part of a formal direction from our board by motion, Mr. Chair, because if folks aren't getting access to the booster easily, then we can't be surprised we're in this situation where we are treading water seemingly month after month. So the starting point is to make sure that Sutter, also known as Palo Alto Medical Foundation, Stanford Healthcare, El Camino, Kaiser, HCA, and our county are all doing their part to make the vaccine and the booster available. And if we don't know the answer to the question, is that happening? We absolutely have to. That is the foundation on which all of our efforts must rest. So I'm going to ask that we have a formal motion at this point, Mr. Chair, to direct county staff, including but not limited to Public Health Department, to assess ease and availability of the booster and report back at our next Health and Hospital and full board meeting, if I can get a second.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Cindy.
Second from Chavez. Supervisor Simidian, continue.
Thank you. And I think then the dilemma we have, and we might wish it was an either or, but it's not, is do we pursue folks who are vaccine resistant? And I think the answer is we have to. Or do we educate and inform folks who are anxious to acquire the booster about how they can easily do that? And again, I think the answer is we have to, which is to say it's not an either or. Both of those challenges are ours, and we have to accept them both. So I just want to emphasize again that once we've determined how people can easily access the booster, that efforts ought to be put into making sure people are mindful, aware, informed, whatever word you want to use, because I think the data pretty clearly suggests that, again, because people are tired of it, as Dr. Cody has suggested, they're not rushing out to get the booster even if they think it's available. And so it's going to take some public education and awareness and advertising efforts to make that happen. I'll call for a vote on the motion, and then I have one or two more questions and comments, Mr. Chair, if I may, through the chair.
That's fine with me. We do have two members of the public that wish to speak, and I think it's important they speak before we vote. So Colin, if you'll please recognize the two speakers we have for 2 minutes each.
Sure. The next speaker is Irvish. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Yes.
Yes, you changed it 2 minutes right when I was talking. Thank you.
And please accept the unmute and go right ahead.
Thank you very much to Board of Supervisors for consideration of comments. I can no longer emphasize that how much of work that's been put across throughout this work that's been carried out since 2018, and as well as beginning of 2019. There has been an instance where the County of Santa Clara public health officials and the respective jurisdiction within the state have provided the resources for the shelter, food, and the medical aid, even preparing the beds during the pandemic time, and providing the resources which is which needs to be unlimited, and as well as effort needs to be unlimited at certain given point of time, which no matter what happened, all the efforts were put on the desk in order to provide the right set of resources. We know that on a day-to-day basis that sometimes we have to go above and beyond and top to bottom in order to scheme through the situation and identify the potentials that requires to increase, and as well as provide the right set of a need where it is required. And sometimes we might even not be able to reach to the resources that we need to. However, what becomes important is that to identify the factors that need to be worked upon and then provide the resources. For example, as the Board of Supervisor Joe's submission has said, the resources, the education, the awareness that provide the right set of potentials to pave a path where it has to follow up on and where we have come from. It's an amalgamation of an experience and the path that we choose and then the path we lead that it tends towards and incline towards. But what becomes even more important is that even though we have the resources, whether those guidelines are being followed or not, it becomes a point of an enforcement. The enforcement only comes when the right set of standards has been met and people are being educated about it. Thank you very much for consideration of comments.
The next speaker is Linda Edwards. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak and the timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize. I'm not prepared to speak today, but I feel compelled. As a county employee for 3.5 years, I am one who is directly affected by these never-ending recommendations, which have turned into mandates to wear masks at work 40 hours a week. It is negatively impacting our psyche and our physical health. I work with somebody who has asthma, and consequently wearing her mask at work all day long has turned her asthma into bronchitis. She has ended up in the hospital multiple times and has to work from home multiple times trying to heal herself from her bronchitis. These mandates do have an effect on us. And it feels as if Dr. Cody is waiting for a zero level of risk in order to raise or lift her recommendations for wearing the masks. And she just wants to have the recommendation forever. I agree with Semidian that we are tired of the mandates, and the will of people is they don't want the vaccines. There has been plenty of opportunity for people to get the vaccines, to get the boosters, all they want. We have been informed. We know they are available. We know they are free. People don't want them. If only 7% of children under 5 have been vaccinated, that's for a reason. 93% said no. Be respectful. When people don't want the vaccine, be respectful of their choice. We should all be able to choose whether or not we want to take an experimental medication. These new booster vaccines have only been tested on 8 mice. Do you want to be part of the human trials? No. If so, go right ahead. But the rest of us have said no. Please be respectful of our wishes. Thank you for your listening, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sharon Luna. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, President Wasserman and supervisors. This is Sharon Luna, and I am going to address as far as education of the public. This past Saturday, I attended the emergency preparedness event that was held in San Martin. I always carry my mask because I never know when I'm going to be required and not, and I am fully vaccinated. However, it's a little confusing when you're told that you do not have to wear your mask outside. However, at this event, I think it was maybe an hour into the event, the coordinator came around handing out masks to everyone because they were giving COVID vaccines in the area. And so everyone was required to wear a mask. So I think it's the understanding of when we are to wear one and when we're not to wear one. And being the fact that we have heard you don't need to wear one outside, and then you're required to wear one is very confusing, and I hope that that can be addressed. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aaron. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, I'm calling in again and listening to the statements that are being said about furthering education on the vaccines and things of that nature. What I think maybe you guys are missing is that everybody is pretty well versed on the vaccines availability and whether they want to take them or not. And one of the previous callers mentioned that people just aren't at this point, don't want to take any continued shots. Or they don't want to be vaccinated at all. Santa Clara County has boasted that it leads the country in vaccination rates and et cetera, Yet Dr. Cody doesn't bend or move or make any adjustments that would reflect the progress that you're stating that you're making. If these things are effective, if the processes, policies, mandates, requirements are effective, then why are we still experiencing the same type of restrictive mandates that we're experiencing? I'm unvaccinated. I've been fine. I go around people, unvaccinated people, I go around vaccinated people. The data is clear that anybody can transmit. It's clear. There's no debate in that. It doesn't make sense to continue to have people out on unpaid leave to affect the lives of people like me who are in jeopardy of losing their home because I'm not getting paid. I can't afford medical insurance. What if I was unhealthy and I needed medical attention? I wouldn't be able to get it because I wouldn't be able to afford it. These are the things I think that you guys don't listen to the public about or even know what's going on. These are things that are common for a lot of people within the county, whether they're employees or not. And I would just ask that you guys be consistent with everybody else. It's like the only place where this stuff is still real is in Santa Clara County. There's other areas where there's no mandates.
The next speaker is Christy Connors. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, yeah, this is Christy Connors. Thank you for taking the time. I just want to echo the last caller. This is really the only place, Santa Clara County, where COVID is still a thing. And if we look at all of the data that's coming out now, California Department of Public Health is actually tracking the COVID cases and the unvaccinated, the vaccinated, and the people who have been boosted. If you have been boosted, you are twice as likely to catch COVID, which means you're twice as likely to pass it on than someone who's been vaccinated. And as the data comes in, we see how unsafe these shots actually are and how the more boosted and vaccinated you are, the more likely you are to get sick and the more likely you are to have an extreme negative outcome. So your booster mandate that you guys have had has done the exact opposite. Instead of keeping people safe and healthy, you've made people sicker. I know firefighters, and I've been working with a lot of the firefighters. I'm sure you're very familiar with the firefighters for freedom who have sued you guys. And yes, you, Dr. Cody. A lot of them have negative health impacts from the booster mandate and from the vaccine mandate. You guys are crippling our first responder with your mandates. This needs to stop. The county needs to prioritize changing their policies and getting rid of all vaccine and all booster mandates. You're not making people healthier, you're making people sicker. And Cindy, this is really a detriment to you for running for mayor. And backing out of the conversation at Calvary that you had signed up to do is not a good look either. There's a lot of people in this state, or I'm sorry, in the city of San Jose who are looking at you and have seen your track history on COVID. And it's not a good look for you running for mayor, just to be very clear. And I'm very sorry that you're going to hear about it now, but you really need to back off on the COVID policies and you guys need to get the county to do a 180. Thank you very much for your time.
And that concludes our request to speak.
Thank you, Colin. We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. I don't see any other hands raised. So I'll call for the question, please, Colin.
All right, Supervisor Lee is absent. Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. And Supervisor Simidian, you asked for additional comments to be made after your motion. Is that correct?
Thank you. I wanted to ask, did we ever get additional information that can appropriately be shared about publicly reported in the popular press allegations that have generated lawsuits that the folks at Kaiser had inappropriately charged for COVID testing. Mr. Williams, Ms. Hanson, Dr. Cody, can anybody share anything there?
Start with Mr. Williams.
We have a memo to the board that should have just recently gone out related to that topic.
All right, thank you. It has not come to my attention yet, but now I know to go look for it. So thank you for that. I'll take a look there. I guess the last question for public health is, what's your current recommendation on folks testing? At various times, it's been only with symptoms, at-home test versus the more rigorous testing. Thought about testing these days in combination with the conversation about vaccinations and boosters?
So certainly it's important that if someone is having symptoms of COVID, that they test. The antigen tests, which are readily available, are generally a good marker whether someone is infectious to others. And as you likely know, they become positive a bit after a PCR test would. But if you have symptoms and your antigen test is positive, then you know you have an infection and you need to isolate. It's also a recommendation that if you're gathering with a group of people, particularly if some of those group might be vulnerable, it's going to be indoors and you're not going to be masked, you're well advised to have everyone in the group test as an extra layer of protection, again, particularly to protect persons in the group who may be especially vulnerable to bad outcomes.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Cody. Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. That wraps up my questions and comments for today.
Thank you.
Appreciate the response.
You got it. And no other supervisorial hands raised. So we are going to adjourn this meeting. Thank you all very much for your time. A lot of good information. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
And this meeting is now concluded.